excited to see the finale, how it all plays out, and you can't beat a good Ardennes roller coaster of a race. So the ideal finish, I think.
Absolutely, and in regards to, I'm going to ask you, in regards to track conditions, and obviously Spa being one of the most famous circuits for potentially bringing rain, do you think we could see that critical to this race?
To be honest, I really wanted to. I want to get a load of mixed conditions. They did have a bit of rain at the Hungaro ring. Yeah, I'd like to see the typical Spa rain come in and cause havoc. Maybe not just for the percentage, just to mix it up. You get some spin, some more overtakes as well. So much like focus and concentration just to make sure that you're dialing in every single corner, and you can so easily lose those couple of tenths, and especially with every different type of corner you've got on this track, you've got a little bit of everything. So really need to be on the top of your game, and to max this out for an endurance with the added risk of we've already covered it, it's temperamental weather. It's just an amazing track. You can't beat it.
Well, I've just realised the music has got dramatic, so we will turn that off, and we will move into the first of 4 qualifying sessions out on track. So then, how this is going to run then is we do have 4 qualifying sessions. If you haven't joined one of these streams before and you don't know the format of how we run these 3-hour races, is we have 4 qualifying sessions. So qualifying 1, I believe, will be for Pro-Am and amateur driver number 1s. Let me just grab up the actual correct information of how the qualifying are done. So we do have qualifying 1, which will be an 8-minute session, which is what you're currently watching now, which will be the Am and the Pro-Am driver number 1. Moving over to qualifying 2, again, all these sessions will be 8 minutes long. Qualifying 2 is for driver number 2 of the Am and Pro-Am teams, and then we do have the final 3 and 4 qualifying sessions for the first and second drivers of those pro teams. And it should be pretty much, we should have about 4, 5, 6 cars maybe out on each session, so we can scrutinise everyone's laps a little bit more, but we can update you on that sort of feed as it comes through. So yeah, really looking forward to this one tonight. I mean, if you look at the top right there on your screen, you can see the weather and what we're looking at in regards to the conditions out on track. It's looking quite sunny at the moment. I don't think these guys are going to be expecting rain. Do you think they'll have setups ready, James? Do you think they'll have been practiced in the rain just to prepare themselves for this one?
I'd hope so. I would definitely have gone out and done some laps and have at least a rudimentary kind of bit of wet preparation in that setup that they'll load when they're ready for the race. But obviously right now in the quali, you can absolutely full send with that really solid dry setup, with it being the perfect conditions you've said. It's got 20 degrees ambient, so it's really good for the top speed of the cars. You've got decent track temperature, so you're going to get a decent amount of adhesion, especially for corners such as like Pouhon, Radion, Eau Rouge. Should really be able to see some really good lap times, and they're already starting to come in.
Yeah, we're just riding, we're looking at the 61 Austin here of Matt Lozelle. Now he is 0.01 of a tenth off what Tomlinson has, another 2:19.372. That is a really, really small gap, and Lozelle, obviously, he will have put that lap together. At that point, do you think, it was, just if I would have been a little bit better here, a little bit better there, I could have had that pole position, or, is it something that you just look to try and sort of bash out each and every lap just to try and get quicker?
I mean, yeah, I think you've got to bash out each and every lap, like you say, and just really hope that you get that good lap in. It's always been an area that I've struggled in qualifying, because I always put too much pressure on myself. So I think just being able to settle yourself, remain calm, and just not over pressurize yourself, not look for a target that you need to get. Just go out there and drive smoothly, calmly, and accurately, and you're gonna maximize that. And 19.3 these seem lower as well because we've also had the recent game update that was only last week, so they've had a week to get used to that, but times have changed and they seem to be quite drastic on tracks, longer tracks such as Spa that we've got now. So that's a really respectable lap time, and by the first drivers of the Pro-Am and Am teams, I'm expecting some really tight closing racing. Sorry, I can't speak tonight.
Yeah, I totally understand what you mean, and that's a great point as well, is to bring up the update. So for anyone who doesn't know, the ACC game, the Assetto Corsa Competizione game, has just gone through a very big update over the past couple of weeks, which has completely changed the way the physics, the tyres, and just about everything works. Some cars have gotten a little bit better, some cars have gotten a little bit worse. Now the Aston that we were looking at before, in personal terms from what I've driven on them, seems to be a little bit better, and me and James had a race around here in the Ferrari, which we seem to struggle at. So yeah, but saying that though, I mean, Tomlinson here is currently 2/10 up on his lap, so no one else is at the moment, apart from Geiger in the 124 Honda. He's 1.1 seconds up on his time, which would put him into the 2-minute 20s. But Tomlinson going across the line is currently 3/10 up. This will secure him pole position, and absolutely, there we go, a 2:19.023 to claim him pole position. I don't think Geiger was able to finish that lap. He was showing about a second up on our screens, but I think he must have been validated somewhere. So yeah, it will be Tomlinson in the number 42 Ferrari who will claim pole position for that first qualifying session. So I mean, if that wasn't enough for you, we move straight into the next session. We do have qualifying 2, so this will be for driver 2 of the Pro-Am and Am teams, and we'll watch them get out on track in that next couple of minutes. But James, going back to sort of the start of qualifying, then when these guys are all out sort of in the pits together like this, obviously we see only one person go out at the moment, but when you have a short qualifying session, 6 minutes, something like this, and you have to go out and get that lap in, what's your strategy? Do you go out straight away and try and get the lap in, or do you maybe wait for the traffic to filter and see if you can find a gap?
I think like these guys are quite lucky with it having, with the way that the qualifying is structured. So you've got like half and half, and they're with people that they know are going to be around a similar pace to them. I think they can go out pretty straight away. I'd be going straight out, just like we see the first car that went out. I think he's Mick Shellikins in the Mamma Mia Lamborghini, straight out of the blocks. He's got no one in front of him. He's actually got a really decent gap behind, so he's not going to feel any pressure. So that's the position I'd want to be in. But then you've got like the car of the 402, really quite close at the moment. They've only just started their outlap. It can cause a little bit of extra undue pressure at the end of the lap to feel like you need to build that space. So hopefully this will work good for Mick Shellikins as well, because I need to give a little bit extra to them. Moritz did a really solid first qualifying in the first round, I noticed, but getting the third quickest time. But I helped them sort their setup out for that. So I'm not going to give them any kind of leniency. I'm expecting some top draw driving, and they need to be in the top 10. Need to be in the top 10.
Well, with one of your setups, James, I'm sure they will be really, really close to the top of the field, and we hope that they will be as well. Obviously, not being biased at all, we wouldn't want to put that on anyone. But yeah, did you say they were going to choose a custom livery for this race? It doesn't look like they actually have.
I was informed that they might do, but I'm being left wanting at the moment, so I'll be having words with them afterwards.
Absolutely. We both will. We might see if we can drag them into the commentary box, see if they can give us a reason as to why they're not running that custom livery. But yeah, here we do see Shellikins on his outlap. I'm going to run on board with him, James. Do you mind giving us a lap of Spa?
Oh, of course. Yeah, he's just going down now towards Eau Rouge and Redion. He's just come out of La Source. Sadly, I missed his exit out of there, but here you need to be quite a way over to the left, I'd say. Cut that first curve, keep it close to the right, and then try straighten up the steering nice and smooth. He just kept it in the lines there, because there is a bit of a bump, and it does seem to affect the Lamborghini quite heavily. Now the long drag down the Kemmel Straight, you need to get your braking right, coming into La Com. Like, you've got to take quite a lot of the inside curb on the right-hand side here now as he turns in. Just touch this left-hand curb, get the little sweep around, little lift, and then really just get the car to slide on the exit, get a little bit of that curb now, and running down to the long right-hander. This is like negative camber, so you've got to scrub a lot of pace off, but not all of it. Let it just roll around, and then hook it up on the exit, which Mick did. Coming into No Name now, really tricky corner, easy to mess up. but again, he did it well, nice and smooth on the accelerator with a little lift. Puon, now really difficult again, it can really unsettle the car on the exit, on the rear. He was nice and smooth through there, he used the gears as an extra downshift just to control that little bit of oversteer you can get. Coming into Piff Pass, this is a hard braking zone, and you need to be staying well over to the right. He was a little bit wide on entry there. Little short shift ideally I would have said up there on the exit, but still decent. Needs to keep it over to the right now, let it again floor away because of your adverse camber into oh, I've forgotten the corner name right there. No, it's not the Horse, that's the first one. But yeah, he got that a little bit wide, he had to lift a bit on the exit just to get the car round. It has been struggling with the setups, I've noticed, with quite a lot of understeer. Now into Blanchimont, we should be flat, we have to do a little bit of a lift, so tyre temps maybe might not be at the full optimum yet. And then hard braking into the bus stop. This is really easy to throw away your lap. Just got to ride it over the curb and I get it pulled in, and then as soon as you can on the power, right down and across the start finish line. It's a decent banker lap with a 2-minute 20.9. I know Moritz's teammate did a 2-minute 20.4, so to say his temperatures aren't going to be fully optimum yet, and we saw a couple of little mistakes that he could tidy up. I'd say Mick could get a very, very good and respectable time in the next few laps.
Well, thank you very much for that. Excuse me. Thank you very much for that, James. That was really, really good. I think the corner name you're missing there was Stavolo. That's only because I've got the track mark in front of me.
That's the one. I knew it was in that. I just couldn't think of it.
There always seems to be one that you do forget. But no, really, really good stuff from James there. That's really nice to see. So we do have our first bankers coming in. We do have a 2:18.7 from John Betten in the number 42 Ferrari, the one that we're currently looking at the moment. A 2:18.7. That's a pretty quick lap time, and these guys are this is a silver car, these guys are silver drivers, so we maybe wouldn't expect them to be as quick as some of the pro teams, but a 2:18.7, that's pretty quick around here considering the new update.
That is a solid lap, and he's currently nearly 3/10 up as he goes into Lecombe now on this second lap. And this is the same number 42 Lamborghini Ferrari, that his teammate Tomlinson was the quickest in the first round of the qualifying. So he's putting them in a really strong position, especially for the pros and pro-ams. It looks like they are going to be extremely difficult to beat in that category. They may even be challenging quite a few of the pro drivers by this drive.
Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on them and wait to see where they do form up on the grid, because this is a personal one that I would like to keep my eye on. Currently 5/10 up as they go through Pion. It's that fast left-hander, and then you kind of have to just throw the car in, hope it sticks, and then for the second part, you're flat out all the way through the rest of that corner. It's really one of the thrillers here at Spa. I mean, most corners are, some of Rouge and Radion being in particular, one of the most famous corners in the world, but it's one of those tracks, you have a bit of everything. You have elevation change, you have some fast corners, some slow corners, you have a hairpin, a chicane. It really sort of offers the drivers all the challenges of some other tracks, whilst being a completely mad bonkers track in itself.
I think that's why Spa is just so well loved by everyone. I mean, it's such a good track to race, it's a good track to watch racing on, because like you say, you've got a bit, it's like little grabbed certain sections from so many different tracks that work so well, put them all together and then put them in its own microclimate of unpredictability, and what a recipe that creates for a racetrack.
Yeah, and you kind of put it better than I would ever describe it, sort of taking bits of different tracks from all over the globe. That's a really, really good way of putting it. Just looking in at the chat, we have WinRace27, so he says hello to both of us. So hello back to you, and Adrian looking for qualifying predictions. James?
It depends. Are we going for the pros, or are we going for the pro-ams currently? Because the pro-ams, I'm definitely backing number 42. Betten and Tomlinson throwing in amazing lap times, and as well, Lazelle was second in the first quali for the pros and pro-ams and AMS, and Jaramillo, his teammate, is second again. So they seem to have got that wrapped up. For the pros, is anyone going to be able to beat the Maniac Mavericks 1 team? They've won all 3 of the first 3 rounds. I want to see someone take the fight to them. I really want to see them have to work for this last race. They're going in with no pressure, they can't be caught in the championship times, so they can afford to risk a lot in this qualifying. So someone needs to be prepared to throw down with them.
Yeah, I think that's a really good prediction. I would probably just go with that one as well. I mean, if you think about it this way, I know we only have 4 races in the season, but if they win this race, this is a 100% win record, which is pretty phenomenal considering these are 3-hour races as well. There's so much that can go wrong in them, especially with the way this game does driver swaps and things like that. There's always potential for things to go wrong. So yeah, it's absolutely mad that they have or could potentially come away with a 100% win record in a race like this. Just looking at the 2 cars who are still out on track, I do believe they're both still on valid lap times. Currently, this is Mark Coates in the 78 Mercedes. He's currently about 4 tenths down on this lap, so he may be able to claw something back. Whether he made a little bit of a mistake on the last couple of laps, he's going to try and improve that time. As I said, that he's just getting back 2 tenths of a second in there. The other the other car even, who is out on track, who we currently looking at, is the 61 Pro-Am Aston Martin of Jaramillo, and he's currently on his best lap time, so there is potential here for him to improve, although his best lap, it looks like, is around about a second off from Beton. So unless he can make a second within this final bus stop chicane, I don't think it'll be pole position, but potentially a chance just to try and get up the order from the average lap times.
Well, he did find quite a lot of time. He's found 3 tenths, so that's a large 2.5 tenths, I think he gained there. So he did make a sizable gain just in the bus stop. I was just watching as well that the Mark Coates that you commented on, he did just invalidate at the end, but it was very close. He was only 0.03 of a second off the next place ahead of him. So yeah, they were pushing all the way to the end, and it was extremely tight in the midfield of the Pro-Am quali. So I think there's going to be some real close racing for the entire of this 3 hours in the Pro-Am category, at least from now. It's really good signs to see from the quali.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I think we're going to have a close race throughout. And here we go then. This is looking at the Pro Driver 1. As we see Solomon there, he just decided to turn all his lights down the Camel Straight, give us a quick flash of the lights as we looked up to ride on board with him. So coming down here then, I don't know if you have much experience in the work, Merc James. I know you've driven it a couple of times, but how does that Merc sort of drive for you? Is it a car that you like? Are there some things that you don't like about it? Just generally, how does this thing drive?
Yeah, I haven't driven it loads. It's definitely not a go-to car for me. I think it's been buffed recently in the most recent update, so it'd be interesting to drive it again, but it is very, very front-end heavy. Although it technically is a mid-engined car, you feel that weight. It really pulls you in, and can be quite a handful, especially through the corners like now. He's going through Piff Path. I imagine it could struggle. As well as that, it's got quite a heavy kick on the throttle response, so it's got what I would probably call it's probably got like a strong torque band in the terms of it. So it's very easy to over-rotate the car with the throttle on exit and lose a massive chunk of time. So I mean, I don't think it's one of the strongest cars for Spa, but to see some of the lap times that these guys might get out of it, I think that's only testament to how good these guys in the car actually are as well, if they get this high up, because it's a chungus of a monster to throw around such a nimble track like this. I'd be expecting the Aston and the Ferrari and maybe even the likes of the McLarens to be top in the field, but let's wait and see what Solomon can actually bring out of it. He's a top draw driver. He's driven great all the way through the season so far, so excited to see what he can wrestle out of it.
Yes, and this is when we say sort of the best of the best, the pro teams do come out onto the track and show us what they are capable of, and we do have quite a mixed field. We do have, I think it's 2 Mercedes in regards to the pro teams, a Honda, a McLaren, and looking here, Ferrari, Porsche. We have just about every manufacturer. The only thing I can't see on the grid tonight, which is a little bit disappointing, is the big Strungus itself, is the Nissan. We don't have a Nissan racing tonight.
Oh, it's sad to not see no Nissan. I've never driven it around here. I don't know if you have, but I know we've raced against someone who's driven it around here and was absolutely rapid in it. So I think some people, if they haven't picked it, they might be feeling like they're missing out in this race, because it's definitely a powerhouse around this track.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking on board here, as we were talking about them before, this is Simon Bauer in the Maniac Mavericks team. Again, potentially looking for 100% race win statistic as they go forward following this race. And that is just insane. Obviously, they have won the championship quite comfortably at the moment, and that's only credit to how strong they've been throughout the season. And let's see what they can do here again tonight. You know, Simon Bauer is an amazingly quick driver, someone who, when you do race against him, you know that he is going to be quick, and it is quite daunting sometimes when you have to go into a race with him, because you know that he is going to put on a show and he is going to fight right until the death. Unfortunately, as we do say, I know from speaking to Simon personally, he doesn't have the best of luck. Probably one of the most unluckiest drivers that I know, but they have had luck in this season, and that's only credit to them. You know, winning every single race has been absolutely fantastic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely top draw drivers. And yes, I know of which you speak with Simon, with his cursed races that he has sometimes. But in this series, all of them driving that Maniacs 1 car have been absolutely clinical. They haven't put a foot wrong. I think tonight we've got Simon Bauer and Timothy Flamger. And I know Tim, I'm sure he's raced in some SRO races in the US, so extremely quick driver. So yeah, both of them, they're going to be tough to beat. They really are going to be a strong team to beat, even if they are in the Mercedes. If that is a hindrance to them, I don't know, but I still think for how consistent they have been all season, to actually break that down, and now they've got no pressure on, it really is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, they're going to be on it tonight again, nothing to lose. And looking on here, we have the fastest lap currently, a provisional pole of a 2:18.6, which I believe is the fastest time we've seen so far in all of the sessions, and that was set by Marcel Weiser in the 22 in the other Maverick, the Maniac Mavericks team. Unfortunately, they haven't had the same luck. I know they've had one or two races that haven't exactly gone their way, but they have been up there as well with the other Maniac team. But yeah, just that, not the best of luck. I know they did have a good fight at Donington with their sister team, but yeah, it's been a good season for them, but maybe not exactly what they thought it was going to always. We see Weiser get a big slide going through No Name there. Good catch by him even. The Ferrari, again, I'm going to ask you again about another car, James, the Ferrari, because I know we have driven it around here, the both of us have, and we've done a 24-hour around here in the Ferrari. After the new update, what do you think? Well, I already know what you think about it, but I'm going to ask you anyway about just the way the Ferrari drives post-update.
It's a mixed bag. It is a mixed bag, because now after a while of actually driving a couple of the other cars, it's not as bad as I very first thought. But at the beginning, I did think they'd killed my Spa baby. It felt like, but it's still a really strong car around here. The top speed of it is still insane. It's just struggling a lot more with the understeer on the corner exits. I found into Stavlo as well, it was quite difficult, and Blanchimont, you had to get the line absolutely perfect to nail that lap. But as we can see, Weiser has done the fastest lap so far by 4/10 as a banker lap, just proving that he really is pushing. And I know, talking to him earlier on, just a few days ago, he was saying that he was struggling to get to grips with this car. It looks like he's got past that, as he's still putting in the good times. He was a couple of tenths up just as you saw him get that little oversteering moment, which is so Ferrari-esque, especially out of No Name. It is a very difficult corner just to get on to time getting on the power right. But yeah, so he's still at the moment, even with a few more cars crossing the lines on their second lap, he's still the quickest guy. But just on that time, that is only 1/100th of a second, if I am correct, quicker than the Pro-Am time set by the number 42 Ferrari. So that's how strong that 42 really is.
Yeah, they were really on it. They would have been easily able to mix it up with the likes of these pro drivers. Just looking through the rest of the field, we do have a couple of people who are looking to improve. We do have Simon Bauer. I believe his 2:19 was invalid on the last lap, which is why he hasn't set a time at the moment, but he's currently 7/10 up from that lap at the moment, so that would potentially see that car go onto provisional pole position. But I think it's going to be a battle between the two Maverick teams personally, and I can't wait to see which one comes out on top.
That is scary, as he is nearly now 8 tenths. He is 8 tenths up on that time. Yeah, this could be a bit of a stamp put down, but as I say that as well, like you say, the Maverick team's really battling it out, because Marcel Weiser is 2 tenths up, so yeah, it could be really close. But there's the other car, the Honda. I mean, I have to take my hat off to anyone that drives the Honda, and Crawford is 9 tenths up as well on his lap, so he'll be bringing it down and getting closer to those top times. And I've never actually driven the car around here, but like, I can kind of drive the Merc. I cannot drive the Honda, so my absolute respect to anyone who even chooses to get in that car, to be honest.
Yeah, they've done really, really well this season. Both Alex Crawford and Lulu as well, who has been putting some pretty insane laps together in that 333 Honda. As we just come across the line then to have a look at people coming across the line, it's number 106 of Salaman, who will improve actually and goes to the top of the table with a 2:18.2. Fantastic lap time from them. Looking at the next car to cross the line, it will be Weiser. Can he do anything to respond to that lap time? No, he can't. A 2:18.4 will see him 2 tenths behind what was potentially going to be pole position. And I've just seen Simon Bauer come across the line, James. It was only an 18.5, so they will have competition for this race. It's not going to be a straightforward pole like we may have thought.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to this. That was a hell of a lap by Salomon there. Yeah, just he stomped it really. 2 tenths up on White Weiser in the Ferrari, and the two Maniac teams left wanting at the moment, so it's really good to see that. I didn't expect it out of the Mercedes as well, but yeah, what a lap by Solomon right at the death there. That was really, really solid driving.
Yeah, fantastic, and that will top the table then for the first of the pro qualifying sessions. And if that wasn't enough, we've got another one straight away for you. This is going to be the second driver then. They're going to have to change over drivers, get driver number 2 in the car, and this will be the second driver's pro qualifying session. So yeah, that was a really interesting session. I thought Simon Bauer could potentially clinch it the way he was looking at the delta on that particular lap, but again, maybe he was taking it a little bit easy because he knew he only could get that lap in and he didn't want to invalidate, because that's very easy to do. It's just so easy just to run the car just that little bit wide here and potentially invalidate the lap. So that could have been on his mind as well, and maybe he just slowed it down just a little bit to ensure that he actually got that lap in.
Yeah, he might have just made sure just to bank it in. I know we talked in ours that we had to do that because it's just so easy now, like you say, to get that understeer just to invalidate that lap, and it's much better to lose a tenth or two, but gain a second than invalidate the lap. So it could have been one of those incidents. It could have been he just struggled slightly with the car. We will have to see. But in the championship level, as much as the Maniac Mavericks #1 team have taken the championship, there is still a very big fight going on for the second and third positions in the championship. So car number 7 and car number 106 are like second and third respectively in the championship. But at the moment, 106 has just put one hand on pole position with that lap time from Salomon. So are we going to see the jump up at the end and a good old battle for the final positions on the podium for the championship?
We will definitely keep a close eye on that, and I think we will see as it starts to pan out over this qualifying session. Just looking at the number 106, we do have Nicole Umbarger in the car, and they will be looking to potentially put that car on pole position. But that's the beauty of these qualifying sessions, is having both drivers qualify, is that you have to produce good laps from both drivers. You can't just have the one driver put in an absolute stonker of a lap, because the other driver has to perform as well. Maybe that's how you play it a little bit different to other qualifying sessions, is that sometimes it may just be about getting a time on that board and potentially the other driver can pull through and get that car in pole position, but we'll just wait and see what happens. I'm sure Nicole will be really quick in the car as well.
Oh, I'm sure they will. They'll probably balance that team out to try and match, so they'll be somewhat similar at absolute worst. If not, she could be even quicker, so let's be interesting to see where they actually level it out. But I am quite surprised. It shows how much of a good lap time that is, because the number 7 is actually the Aston Martin, which is the heavily favoured BOP car for this track. So they really found something in that Mercedes. But I'm really excited now to see how the second drivers actually go out there after the lay of the land. They've been able to watch the first driver as well on board in their car, be able to get some more data, last minute little bits of data info from the track, the surface, the temperatures, tyre pressures, all like that. So we may even see some even quicker times. And I mean, for this one, I think I'm going to put my money on Barnett. A hell of a quick driver, and isn't that Ferrari? I think we could see 17s, maybe even a low 17 from Barnett.
Yeah, well, I will wait and see. I know, as you said, yeah, Barnett is a fantastically quick driver, and I know he does like that Ferrari, so to see that sort of match made in heaven almost, and we'll wait to see what he can put in. But yeah, that 007 Aston driven by Michael Landry, let's see what they can do, because they were, if I seem to remember, maybe just a little bit further down the order in that first qualifying session, so they may have to pull out a couple of tenths at least on that 106 car to be able to get ahead of them in qualifying. But yeah, this is going to be I think a really close fight for those first couple of positions in this first qualifying session, as Alex Crawford just put in the chat that Barnett was doing mid-17s in practice, James.
Yeah, I'd heard rumours that he was doing low 17s, so yeah, that's why I called that. I know we went against him in the qualifying, and I was actually really pleased that I was really close to him, so he was like my reference. So yeah, Barnett is insanely quick, and like you say, match made in heaven with the Ferrari and him. I'm looking as well for the Hayes. I'm hoping that Porsche comes a bit further up, and the 911. If you remember back to the Laguna Seca race, the 911 was really all up in there. The team of the Myers. So I'm hoping to see some good times from them as well, and see them get involved in the mix.
Yeah, we were just looking at the number 80 there, they're currently still in the pit lane, the Hayes father and son team. So unfortunately, I think they will need to get out within the next, I would say, minute or so if they want to set. Well, they will need to be out within the next minute if they want to be able to set a valid lap here. But yeah, the 911 Porsche, the Maya gang, they have been fantastically quick in some of the races that we've seen, and Wolfgang Meyer is currently in the car now. I believe it's Andy who was in the car for the last session, so we'll just wait to see what they can do. But they did invalidate the last lap, so they're going to have to get the lap in this time, and they will have one more shot after this particular lap to try and get that flying lap in. But as we said that, Barnett goes straight to the top of the table, and he is currently 1.6 seconds clear of that number 106 Mercedes. He is currently 1.6 seconds quicker than the rest of the field at the moment with a 2:17.7. That's insanely quick.
That is insane. That is insane. What an absolute stamp on the field. Hello guys, I'm going to come in here, put in an absolutely stupid quali time, and yeah, maybe because these lap times are worked out on average, although Visor of his teammate wasn't the absolute top, he still put in an extremely good lap time. On average, this might put the Ferrari on pole.
And this is what we said, the beauty of this qualifying is sometimes it can just take one of the drivers to pull out an absolutely stonking lap, and we have a look at that is alien. Pretty much alien pace to be able to get that kind of a lap time out of the Ferrari around here. And let's not forget, these aren't the highest temps, but they're not the coldest temps either. This is with... We're not talking about sort of 11 degrees here. We're in the 20s ambient track temp if we have a look up just at the top right. Obviously no wind on the track today, but yeah, that's pretty insane considering the conditions as well.
Oh yeah, and the scariest thing is looking at him now. I can see tenths coming here and there in every corner. He has more time in that. He just needs to put it together. Like, that's insanely intimidating, to say the least. I don't want to be going against him, let alone all the other guys.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really wants to be in the car when when Barnett's doing his thing. I'm just looking though at Timothy Flamger as he comes around the bus stop chicane, the last corner. He is currently 1.2 seconds up on his lap, which will put him up into the 2:18s, and that's a 2:18.6, which again is a fantastic lap time. But it's still 9/10 off what Barnett can do. Again, though, as we were saying that, we weren't watching because the 106 of Nicole Umbarga has gone to second place, only 3/10 off with a 1:18.0. Again, that's an insane time. I thought we saw Barnett be 1.6 seconds clear of the field. I thought, yeah, they may have this pole position, but as that's a save if I've ever seen one. Well done, Timothy Flamger. But yeah, we were looking at the 106 Mercedes. I thought that potentially the 22 Ferrari of Barnett had got pole position, but they've responded. Nicole Umbarger is only 0.342 of a second off what Barnett's done.
Yeah, that's a really, really good time. And as well, it's only 2/10 difference between their first and second drivers. So that's a really good sort of time to be in, because you can guarantee, I'm pretty sure that the first time their first driver in it, Salomon, did an 18.2, I believe. So quite easy to work out. It's going to be roughly put them at an 18.1. And now there's only been one driver go quicker than an 18.1 in the entire session, barring one of their drivers, and that is Barnett. So this puts them in a really good, strong position, and I think it's going to be actually really quite tight on the average times as to what dictates pole and second.
Yeah, it's going to be right down to the wire, and this is all the maths involved, and I don't feel, well, I do feel, excuse me, for the stewards who have to calculate all this data and work out the average of lap times. But we do see the 911 Porsche coming through the final bus stop chicane. This is Wolfgang Meyer. He's currently 3/10 up on his lap time, which will put him at 2:19.6. Unfortunately, it's not going to be an improvement in position, but always good to see an improvement on lap. The next person to cross the line at the end of this session is going to be Catan in that Maniac refueled McLaren. He's currently a second up on his lap time, which is going to move him up positions into 5th place. He will move Lulu Burfoot down to P6, and he will go into P5 with a 1:19.077. Good luck by him as well.
Yeah, nice lap just to finish it off from Catan there. The McLaren, I've had a couple of drives in it today. Actually feels quite good round here, but again, it's very like the Porsche. I tried a few cars just before tonight, just to try get a feel. And you really feel like you have to overdrive them to get the lap time out of them. And the Porsche and the McLaren definitely seem two of the sorts that you'd have to do that with, as opposed to maybe a couple of the other stronger ones. The Ferrari and the Aston still being naturally stronger, in my opinion. But in fairness, I have driven them quite a lot, so it's probably a little bit of me going towards it. But a very, very good, respectable lap time from Catan there. But now we'll just go into a free practice. So this will be a 10-minute practice. This is to give the stewards the time just to collate those lap times, average them out, work it all out, inform the drivers of the proceedings, how they're going to go on, let them sort out who they're wanting to be taking the wheel for the first stint. Obviously, the all-important start. It's a hell of a scary start going up Eau Rouge and Radion. You need to get your confident driver in for that. I would suggest. So yeah, we'll just let them figure this out. You might see some drivers go in and out and just warm the tyres up and just carry on getting that feel and feeling fresh, ready to take the start of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We will bring you coverage as we return back to the track for the race. We're going to take a little bit of a look then and take you through some of the more interesting facts around Spa-Francorchamps. So we will be going racing for 3 hours tonight, and that will be a potential drivers change. Well, we'll have 2 driver changes. So the guys will be doing 2 stints. Sorry, we'll have 3 pit stops even. I can't get my words out tonight. 3 pit stops, and the guys will be doing 2 stints each. So you will see each driver in the car twice. Whether that's they will stay in the car for a double stint and run an hour and a half, or they will swap over every 45 minutes. But yeah, we're going to see some interesting. Potentially, people can work with the strategies tonight, but I think we're going to see pretty much 4 stints from all cars as they go through into the pit stop phases tonight.
Yeah, I think we will. Just on a side note, I think we need to swap onto the race server, just so you are aware as well, Reese. Don't want to miss that race start. Just with me seeing a few people dropping out of the quali server, reminding me just to jump into that.
That's
Can't
fine.
be having the host not in there. So they will just continue that free practice just in there. While we go ahead, just bear with me 1 second. Just trying to get everything set back up after adjusting all my screens there.
Yeah, it's always fun when we do swap the practice qualified and then the race servers. We have to jump in behind the scenes. So bear with us 1 second, and we will get that for you as we go through. They're currently in their free practice stage. As we said, that 10-minute free practice stage to make sure that the stewards get everything and they can collect all the data and make sure that the grid is formed up properly. But let me get a little bit of background noise on, and we can have a little look at some of the interesting facts here at Spa then, James. So we're racing tonight. It's going to be 7.004 kilometers, or 4.352 miles. 21 or 20 turns, depending on which track map you're looking at. The official one seems to say 20, and our one says 21, so we won't question that. But yeah, Spa, James, it's an absolutely fantastic track. Some of the best opportunities for overtaking, I think, are definitely going to be into the Lacombe turns 7, 8, and 9, and also down into Pouon, through Piff Path, and then through Blanchemont as well. I think they're going to be the ones to look out for tonight.
Yeah, I think I agree with you definitely. Like some of the safer, well, I would class as safer overtaking opportunities. Yeah, going into the Blanchemont, out after Blanchemont, going into the bus stop, 20 and 21 turns. Also into La Source as well. You can get into the braking zone. I expect the Porsche to be really strong there, especially with it not having a long gap in between. If it gets a decent run out. And yeah, through getting the run through Eau Rouge and Radion and down into Lacombe 7 and 8, they're like your obvious ones. You mentioned Pouon. I mean, yes, it's viable, but I think that'll definitely show who's got the cojones if they're sending it on the inside for a go around on Pouon, because I'd say it's a 50-50 like success rate really to pull that one off. Very much reliant on the other driver you're going with. I also noticed as well, just before you changed then in chat, that Lulu said that her arms had gone numb, but it was a PB that she got in quali because she was so nervous. That's amazing, to be honest. That's all. If you can get a PB in quali, you've done the best job you could do, because you've never gone quicker, and you should be happy and proud of yourself for that. And you're in the Honda, sorry. So. Yeah, I mean, you kept it on the track, so you're a winner in my eyes. But yeah, awesome job, well done. Looking forward to seeing you have a good race for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we can't wait to see that 333 Honda and see what you guys can pull from that thing. But yeah, as you said, James, to be able to get a PB in qualifying, that's absolutely amazing. I don't think I've ever been able to get a PB in qualifying. I usually a couple of tenths, if not sort of half a second sometimes off in quali than I am sort of within the race. So yeah, that's really, really good. And the fact that you did that with numb arms as well, incredible. I know that I do find myself shaking a little bit before the start of races. I've never had it where my arms go numb. Sometimes I do shake a little bit when pressing the pedals, which is quite funny, but no, we will. That's absolutely fantastic, Lulu, to be doing a personal best with numb arms in a qualifying session.
I'm an absolute wreck, especially when you pass the car in an endurance. Oh, I shake everywhere. I just think I'm going to bin it for the entire first 5 laps. I have to settle down in that time. But yeah, like Reese, I don't think I've ever done a PB in quali. I am terrible at quali. I just put so much pressure on myself, absolutely bottle it, and do normally a terrible lap, and then I start the race angry. So you've definitely outdone me every single race that I've ever done by that.
As we call it, the James strategy there for going into an endurance race.
Always a winning combination.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at some of the more, as we said before, some of the more interesting facts about Spa. Obviously, it does hold one of the most famous races in the world, which is the 24 Hours of Spa, which is just one of the, if not the best GT3 race on the calendar at any one given time. It does also host the World Endurance Championship, which is the 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the TCR Spa 500, and it is also home to the Uniroyal Fun Cup 25 Hours of Spa, one of the longest motor races in the world. I did a little bit of research into that race, and it's more of a, I think it's a one-car series, but 25 hours out on the track, that's pretty insane.
That's mental. That's absolutely mental. A one-car cup? What's that mean? Just one car just rocking around on Spa on its own?
It's a single make, yeah, a single make cup.
Oh, just a single make. Oh my god, that racing will be mental. All the same make. They've got like no advantages. It's so difficult to try and overtake anything that's the same make, and you're doing it for 25 hours.
Absolutely. Of course, Spa, one of the oldest tracks, it was hosting its first Grand Prix in 1925. It was given extensive rework in the 1970s, at the end of the 1970s, 1979 to be exact. It was modified and shortened to make it the 8.76 mile from the 8.76 mile circuit using the public road to the 4.32 mile circuit that we know today, and this is a permanent circuit. And this was all due to the safety concerns. If anyone has had a look at the old Spa and the old layout, it was an absolutely insane track running on what was public roads and through trees, towns, houses, just about everything. So as much as we would love to see that nowadays, and it would be an absolute riot, I don't think we would get away with it with the current world of health and safety. But it's still an absolutely fantastic track, and the first part of the track is reminiscent of what they used to have, the run through from the bus stop chicane up to La Source and through Rouge and Radion down the Kemmel Straight. That is part of the old track, and that is still there from what they used to have. So yeah, it's still a fantastic track in its own right. It's still steeped in history, and I just can't wait for these guys to get out and experience. But as you said, it's a really difficult track to be consistent at. And what are your sort of plan? What would your plan of action be coming into this race, knowing that you've got 3 hours to try and keep the car on the track and get through it?
Nail Eau Rouge and Radion. That's literally primary concern in the entire of this race. That's your main overtaking zone, your main braking zone, and there's a lot of time to be lost through Eau Rouge and down into Le Combe. So I'd be focusing heavily on Sector 1, especially if you're defending as well. It's going to be quite difficult. If you're nailing that lap after lap after lap, it's going to make it more difficult for the car behind you to get a run and actually get a successful attempt on you, as well as obviously if you're attacking, you're in a very good position to get the overtake. So that's where I'm going to be really focusing a lot of my time, and making sure I can try get that flat every single lap, although it is insanely difficult to do that. And like you said, with the safety concerns, that is the oldest part of the track, but even now it's that crazy in this layout that they are looking at undergoing more track works on the health and safety concerns on that specific section, just to try and make it a little bit safer from all the recent crashes as well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the runoff sort of up to and over the top of Eau Rouge and Radion. I seem to remember one of the GT3, I think it was the start of last year's 24-hour race. I forget the driver. I think it was one of the Emil Frey Lamborghinis, which had a big off at the top of Radion, and luckily the driver was able to walk away. I forget who was driving. I think it was a young British driver. I've completely forgotten the name. But he was sort of in hospital for a couple of days, and luckily, fortunately, he was able to come away from that and make a full recovery. But it was a really scary incident. I remember watching it and looking, and there are potential safety concerns at the top of Eau Rouge. Obviously, with this being a game, we don't have to worry about that, and these guys can just put it flat out each and every lap. And that's what we love about sim racing, is it's everything that is real racing, but without that safety risk. So yeah, these guys are going to be pushing it lap by lap, and I just can't wait to see what they can do.
Yeah. And it can still have that same, like, as much as you're not in physical pain, obviously, or none of that kind of risk, the mental pain and kind of frustration that can come from making a little error that would put you in the wall virtually, it can be quite crushing as well, as we've experienced before. I think everyone who's done it, you can put a lot of time into practice and everything like that, and you can be so frustrated and mad at yourself. I think the key for these endurances is just, especially in the virtual time, is to have that person with you. Normally it's your team combined, and normally that morale boost as well, just to keep you calm in those situations, get it back to the pits, get it repaired, and carry on and soldier on, because you can make more of the race. So that can play quite heavily sometimes into the endurance feature in the virtual world as well as in the real world. So it's good to see that dynamic, because you might not be the outright on hot lap pace fastest, but if you work really well as a team, you can manage each other really well, keep it calm, keep it focused all the way through the race. I would say you're going to be in a very, very strong position to get a good finishing position.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. You've pretty much hit the nail on the head there. We were looking at the track map there. Don't worry, Christoph. Also, Christoph Holzer says hi to both of us. Greetings from the steward box. We'll be looking for your great stewarding throughout this race, and hopefully these guys can keep it clean and not give you so much to do. Also, he said just to avoid confusion, he is the safety car and someone forgot to change the name. So if we do see Christoph Holzer running around in the Jag, then not to be alarmed, he is the safety car, so we won't worry about that. That's absolutely fine. So we just got word that these guys are going through the driver's briefing as well, so that's why everyone is currently in the pits. I'm going to go through and do my livery check, James, and see if we have any outright changes to anyone's livery, and see if we can find the most hideous one on the grid again.
Ah, we're on hideous finding, right? Because I mean, that Lamborghini, they know my feelings on it. The Mamma Mia team, they definitely know my feelings, and they are not strong feelings, not positive strong feelings anyway. It's to say the least. So let's see if anyone can rival it, because I quite like that Porsche.
The number 402 is that one, I think. Then we have the number 106 Mercedes, even the AMG. Also, the 2020 AMG Evo, I think, is one of the nicest looking cars on the grid, if I had to rate it. The grille that almost extends right down to the splitter looks absolutely awesome in my view.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, if you hadn't, the AMG is ridiculously good looking in my eyes, and I'm a sucker for high vis, so I really love the 106, and I love that 911 of the Mayor's Porsche because of that green kind of throw to the Nordschleifer lap out of glory. In that was it Mantex Porsche, I believe?
I think it was the Manthe race. Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah, that livery, amazing. So I like the throw to that.
Yeah, I seem to remember watching a video with Kevin Estra, who absolutely blitzed the field on the first couple of laps of the 24 Hours of the Nords a couple of months ago. I think it was this year's race. I can't seem to remember. I always forget. We're already in December. Where has this year gone? But I think he went from something like 8th to first in a couple of laps, and that's difficult to do anyway at the Nords. That's just credit to how good of a driver Kevin Estra is.
He's an absolute legend. He's just an absolute legend. Oh, and there we see it.
I found it. I've stopped.
Oh, don't stop, please. Oh God, no. But there's the number 7 of the Sexy Spark Plugs, the best name, I would say, team name. Do you agree?
Oh, I think that one isn't the 007. I think the Q branch in.
Oh, are they Q branch? Have I got it
We've
mixed
been
up?
thrown to somewhere. Yes, they're in Hail to the Bond series. It's the 007 Aston. I think they were Q branch racing. I don't think Sexy Spark Plugs are taking part in this one. Let me just have a look at the chat. I think someone said in chat, it was Dr. Benji, who said, sad not to be on the grid for Sexy Spark Plugs today. Good luck to all the drivers. So yeah, we will pass on your good luck charm to all the drivers out there today. But unfortunately, they weren't able to make it for this one.
Ah, that's my mistake. But at least you said pass on in a Sean Connery voice for them afterwards, so they got a bit of the James Bond-esque with the way that you said that.
Yeah, speaking isn't my forte, it seems, this evening, really. But yeah, we will go forward into the race in a minute. Let me just get that music turned off.
Yeah, the drivers will be going through the setups now, just doing the final changes, looking at the weather, making sure that they've got it all correct, and then we will wait for the safety car to drive through, and that's when we will find out the actual grid order for the start of the race. So I'm interested to see. Do you think the Ferrari is going to have pole of the Maniacs, or do you think it's going to be the 106 and the Mercedes?
Oh, it's a difficult one. It's a really difficult one. I know how quick Barnett's lap was, but I think personally, just off the top of my head, it will be the 106. I think they were close, if not the closest, to the top of the score sheets for each of those qualifying sessions. But then again, I'm not a steward. I'm not collecting the info. I wouldn't know. But off the top of my head, I'm going to make an assumption that it's going to be the 106 on pole.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think I'm gonna just do the opposite and call the Ferrari just because I can. At least we don't have to do the maths, so we just point things out and talk rubbish about it. So we've got the easier side than the stewards tonight. But on the lap times, because they were so consistent and so close, and a little more so with that 106, they could have the edge in the endurance, though.
We will definitely wait and see. I think it's going to be down to who is the most consistent. But just saying that, as we see that Christoph Holzer driving that lovely bright yellow Jag, pulls off and makes his way to the start of the field. I believe that's the number 22. I think you might be correct there, because they're the first one driving down the middle of the field. I think you got it right, James.
Yep, called it. Barnett is an alien. Called it.
Here we go then for the start of the 3 hours. They're going to form up behind the safety car in their grid order. You'll see each car pull away separately, and then they will form up in the grid order behind the safety car, getting ready to start this race. I can't wait for this one. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. I think it's going to be down to who can keep it out the wall, who can make the least amount of mistakes, not put the car wide, and just keep those consistent laps coming in lap after lap after lap.
Oh yeah, definitely a battle of attrition and consistency for this race. Just want to point out in the qualifying, I know we touched on it and mentioned it, but that number 42, that silver car from the Pro-Am and Am qualifying, is lined up 4th on the grid. That is one hell of a qualifying attempt. And are they actually going to take it to the 3rd place Maniac Mavericks championship winning Mercedes into turn 1? They're going to be full of confidence straight after that qualifying session. So, and that Ferrari has got really good top speed, one of the few that can probably take it to the Merc. So yeah, I just want to give massive hats off to them. That was a hell of a qualifying session by those guys.
Yeah, it's absolutely mad, considering they're a silver car as well. They're a silver class car. They're the only silver class car we have in the field, nevertheless. But they have beaten some of those pro teams, and they have got themselves P4 overall. So I'm really excited to see what they can do. I think they will be able to, if they can keep it consistent and they can not make mistakes. They're starting one place behind the Mavericks team. They're starting one place behind the team that has won every single race this season. I think that's just incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean, and at least they can be guaranteed, no matter what, they are class winners, being the only silver car. But yeah, don't want to take anything away from it. Really good job by them. I'm looking forward to see what they're going to bring in that Ferrari. Just looking a little bit further down, looking through, we've got a very good mix, but the Astons seem to struggle a little bit in this qualifying session. So the Astons are actually like mid-pack, really, from like 7th to about 11th-ish place, which has shocked me to say this is the track for them. Do you think you might see them come through? Do you think they're better suited for that longer race stretch than maybe the likes of the Mercedes or the Ferrari?
We will definitely see. The Aston here, well, the Aston in general, I think before this 1.8 update came out, was very hard on its tyres. You know, it was good over the short run, but then it did start to drop off with tyre wear over the long run. Saying that, when I did a race in it just this week, I was able to stay on the same set of tyres for 75 minutes. So we will wait and see. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's not forget these guys are only running what will effectively be 45, maybe 50, 55-minute stints at most. So that's going to come into factor of how you set the car up, because you can go for a little bit more of an aggressive setup. These guys won't have to double stint the tyres. They can change tyres and drivers each time they come into the pits. So we may see some of them have actually set up the car maybe a little bit more aggressively on that tyre wear, so that for this exact reason, for when they're coming through the pack, and they don't have to worry about necessarily saving those tyres so much. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I agree with you on the Aston. It definitely, in my experience previously, ate the tyres. We're going to see as well that little bit of mismatch that can happen, which goes back to my thing of going, how strong is the team dynamic? As you can have different driving styles, and so like your aggressive setup potentially, Reese, could suit your driving style, which could be completely different to mine, and it could mean that I'm horrendously slower in comparison to you on that same setup. So it'll be interesting to see if there are some teams like that that you could notice might have quite a compromised setup from maybe a driver's side perspective, or if they've set it up full on aggressive, last race of the season, let's absolutely send it.
Well, we will find out, and we're only moments away from them getting the green flag. They will run all the way up to La Source and come down towards the first corner of Eau Rouge before taking that green flag. But we do have a Ferrari separated from two Mercs, from two Ferraris, a McLaren, two Astons and a Honda to make up your top 10 as we are getting ready to go racing here for 3 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yep. Just let's wait and see for the lights out. I'm just hoping for a nice clean Radeon. There's no reason to take too many risks. You've got 3 hours to make up for it, so let's see where they go when the lights go out.
2 by 2 by 2 by 2 all the way through the field. This is exciting stuff. This is when the drivers are going to be the most pumped on the way down. We're just waiting for those green lights. Let's see who can get the better launch as we wait for the start sequence. It's going to be quite late. It's green. We're racing 3 hours of Spa. It's a good launch from the 106. He's going to be to the inside. They're going to take the lead from the 22. The 22 actually drops back there. Oh, as we see a bit of contact, one of the Ferraris is off into the wall of the left-hand side. That's not what they wanted to see. That was a bit of contact, I believe, with the 42 of John Betton as we run down the Kemmel Straight then for the first time. It's the 106 have gotten a great start into the lead. Bauer is looking right at the back of that 22 of Bonnet and potentially the 42. I thought he was going to have a little bit of a look there. He's going to tuck in behind Bauer, but great start there, James, for the 106.
Amazing start. Knew to put the Ferrari on the outside, which is a little bit the less grippier side of Eau Rouge, and just made it count. I was expecting the Maniacs to maybe try and just pick off their sister team as well in the other Mercedes, but they decided to tuck in and put them a little bit at risk of the number 42 that had that little tap with the other Ferrari, sadly just unsettling it, and it looks like they've gone into the grass and the wall.
And that's the 007 there. I think that's let me have a look. That's Michael Landry there in the 007 getting past Adrian. Look at that McLaren though, James. It's got front end damage. They've had contact somewhere. That's not good for them. It's dropping like a stone at the moment. That's going to lose a position to the number 63 of Mick Shellikens as well. That's not what they wanted to see at the start of that thing. I think they will have to bring that thing back to pit lane.
Yeah, I think we'll see him pit this lap to have that damage. It's very... it's going to damage the aero quite heavily on that McLaren, so he looks like he's struggling. He's all over the road and he's dropping positions left, right and centre. But really good start by Shellikens there. I think that's them up to 7th position. And I think they were about 11th or 12th on the grid, so they've done really well to staying out of the damages and the crashes through the beginning and got a good solid position right there.
Yeah, but look at the gap that 106 has pulled. I've just looked back on them, and well, they looked like it on the straight. Maybe Bonnet closed a little bit, but they were a second clear already on the first lap of Bonnet, and we know how quick of a driver Bonnet is. To be that far forward, they've maybe lost a little bit there. It's about 7 tenths now, but to pull out that kind of a gap over a driver with the skill and the talent of Bonnet is pretty insane. They've got the absolute perfect start, and I think putting Salomon in the car was probably a good idea. Whether he's the fastest driver, the most consistent, we don't know, but he definitely made the most of that start.
He did, but just as I see there, the other Maniacs Mercedes of Bauer has made a mistake just on the top of Radeon. So yeah, they're good. Their bad luck has actually started to catch up to them in the Endurance Series, sadly.
That's awful to see. I unfortunately think we may have put a slight bit of a commentator's curse on by saying they could have 100% win rate from this championship. That's really unfortunate to them, but on the bright side, they have won the championship. There was no pressure on this race and they can just get back into it. I know it's not what they want to see, but at least it's not put them out of contention.
Yeah, you did mention how unlucky Bauer was as a driver. Yeah, at least he's still got the championship, so he doesn't have to stress or worry about it. They can, in fairness, they might have good fun trying to do a bit of a recovery drive. It's always, when you've got no pressure and you can do that, you can really enjoy it, a nice recovery drive sometimes. So it'd be interesting to see what they do. But again, I can see, just looking back at the front quickly, that Salomon has pulled that second gap. It's up to 1.2 on Barnett, which really does shock me that he's got that amount of pace straight off the bat. The Merc must really get the tyres going. We know Salomon is an extremely quick driver. And yeah, absolute credit to him for gapping Barnett. But as well, the Beton in the silver Ferrari is staying on tabs as well. This is an insane drive by them so far.
Yeah, let's not forget, they're a silver team, and they're currently in a breakaway of the top 3. And you mentioned that Salomon pulling that 1.3 second gap from Barnett. He's absolutely flying right now. Whether that Barnett is just taking it time to compose himself just that little bit and try and get the tyres up to temperature. I know from this most recent update, I know we will keep talking about it and banging on about it throughout the course of this race because it has just changed so much, but sometimes it may take a little bit more for the tyres to actually come up to pressure and to come up to temperature before you can start completely pushing with that car. So we'll wait and see whether the setup or the Mercedes sort of as general has got that better outright pace on those first couple of laps. But again, a 19.3 from Sullivan the last lap and 19.8 for Barnett. So just in that lap alone, that's 6 tenths just there.
Yeah, he's got some crazy pace, but like you said, the tyres, they can take a little bit longer to come in, but at the same time, if you work them too hard after this new update, you can find that you could cause blistering and graining a good bit quicker. So building this gap at the beginning, do you think this is a tactical one to be like, look, let's use and destroy some of the tyres a bit at the beginning, and then let's just try and manage that gap for the rest of the race? Or do you think that he's going out and he might be at risk in the later part of the stint to Barnett, if Barnett is managing that gap, if he's just looking at it going, I don't need to push too hard yet, I've got more in it, let's just let the tyres warm up and come to me, then I'll start to push and try reel in the number 106.
That could definitely be a reason. That's a really good point, James, now that you actually do mention it. From looking back here from the back of the 106, definitely Barnett does have, I think he will be in that state of mind of, when do I push? When do I, launch an attack? If he has the pace, he could just be looking at potentially bringing the tyres up to speed, not pushing too much, staying off those curbs, and just trying to, as you said, not overheat the tyres and blister them, and just bring them up to pressure and temperature. But he's got to be careful though, because that 42, as we said, of John Beton, he's staying on the back of these guys. So yeah, I don't even know what to say, to be honest. It's going to be pretty interesting to see whether they can make their way up, and potentially, if Barnett doesn't have that potential pace to close up to the back of 106, we could see that 42 launch an attack.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't doubt them with the pace that they've shown so far. They've got everything in there to be able to do it, and they're driving perfectly behind Barnett at the moment, keeping tabs, staying there probably just. Might use him to kind of leech off. Just by that I mean just follow Barnett. If Barnett gets back up into the rhythm and the pace and starts to reel in the 106, they can use his toe, stay there, stay quite comfortable, don't have to push too hard, take more out of the tyres. And then if they can pick up the pieces from those two battling, that could be a net P1 just from playing the long game, playing it patiently. So this could be a masterstroke by them. But just looking a little bit further down the field, Bianchi and Spangler, the two Ferraris, in 9th and 10th, having a very close battle. They could have a run. Spangler could have a run down Eau Rouge into Le Com here.
Yeah, we will wait and see, as we are currently looking at the number 242 Ferrari of John Bianchi. But I think that 77 Ferrari, if I'm not mistaken, James, was the car that went off on that first lap at the top of Radion. So they will have some damage, because I definitely saw that car hitting the wall as it went up the top there. Oh, as we see one of the Porsches, I'm not exactly sure who that was, but we're just running a little bit wide there, getting out of the way of these guys as they do come through.
Yeah, you will be correct. I think that is the Ferrari that touched the wall. So they did qualify quite a way up. So with damage, how much is it going to affect them? Do they have a lot of overspeed on the likes of Bianchi ahead, the number 242? It'd be interesting to see how long they stay behind. And also, just behind them, we've got the Hayes trying to do make up from maybe it looked like they struggled a little bit in qualifying. We know they're a fast team. down in 12th position, trying to make their way past the Bentley of Hassar, the number 721. So interesting to see how far the Hayes can get up, because they haven't really done any huge mistakes in a lot of the other races, and they've shown really good pace. So I don't know what happened to them in qualifying, if it's just update and Porsche things, or if they had any technical issues. I'm not sure, but they look like they're heading to try and make amends for the rest of this race.
Yeah, I think if I seem to remember, they were one of the teams that actually didn't go out in that second qualifying session. So for one reason or other, as you said, maybe technical issues, they didn't actually get out onto track to be able to set that time. The Porsche going off before, I've just had a look at what that was, the number 48, that white and black Porsche that you can just see to the left of your screen. That is Dylan Kaiser in that car, dropping a couple of positions, just running wide at the exit of I think that's Malmedy, which is turn number 9, just after Les Combes. So, yeah, as you said, very easy to do, just dip the wheels onto the gravel, and unfortunately lost him all the momentum in those 2 positions. But this is quite a big fight going on right now. We've got quite a few cars sort of around the back end of the top 10 looking for positions here.
Yeah, I think this could... I said that there was quite a close gap in the midfield in the qualifying times, so long may this continue for the rest of the race, because they are really not separated by much, and trying to make a recovery just behind them is most likely to expect the charging Mercedes of Simon Bauer, who's just currently trying to get an overtake done on Mark Coates before they come. So they've got to watch out for him, and how long is it going to be until he joins this party and it becomes 6 cars?
Yeah, I'm just looking at, I think that was Alex Crawford in the 333 Honda. They've seemed to have dropped some position. I believe they're actually a lap down. It's showing that they've already completed one of their mandatory pit stops. So it could be that they are actually a lap down here on these guys, and it is showing them currently in 17th position, which would indicate them being a lap down. Whether they had some damage from the start, technical issues again, or whether they've just come in for an early pit stop. But Alex will be battling that car back up towards the front. I know they both had some decent pace in those qualifying sessions.
Yeah, I think I would expect that that's probably a damage-related pit stop, or maybe a bit of a technical issue if their other driver Lulu was getting any technical issues like steering or high internet ping. It might have been a tactical one to do a quick driver swap at the beginning, and they'll lengthen out this middle stint. It's still doable. They can play around with the pit strategies as much as they can and they want. So we'll see if they can make this last.
Absolutely, and we have a look here on board again. The 48 of Dylan Kaiser. He's got Joe Hayes on the back of that Porsche. It's Porsche on Porsche going towards Blanchimont. Hayes definitely had a look there to see if he could try and throw it down the inside, but it wasn't going to work, running into Blanchimont. But look who's behind them. It's the recovering Simon Bauer in that number 33 Mercedes. Again, they may have a little bit of damage. I think I saw them just with the back end hitting the wall just that little bit, but they will be looking to climb back up the field as we see that 333 Honda, who is currently under blue flag at the moment. I think Joe Hayes is going to get past them as we go into the first corner. Looking back up the field, we do have a battle between the 2 Astons. Actually, we've just jumped to them at a pretty good time. That is the number 7 of Michael Landry. Looks to the inside of Matt Lozelle as we come into Les Combes. I think he's going to get it, that 007. If he can hold it just around the inside, a little bit of a slide from him there. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact as well. That sends Matt Lozelle around, and that, unfortunately, that's not going to be what he wants to see. I think there was just a tiny little bit of contact there to one of the rears of one of those Astons, and unfortunately, it's just sent Matt Lozelle around in that.
Yeah, it's so easy to unsettle the car on the back there. It's so loose that the smallest touch can just can send you flying across the lawnmower in some of that grass, sadly. Lost a lot of time there, Lozelle, so he'll be looking to make that back up. But I'm sure he's got the ability. I'm sure he'll be able to do it.
Yeah, I was just going to say we've come in an absolute gaggle of cars going around here. I think it's the 242 Ferrari who leads that pack at the moment, and then it's the 721 of Dave Hasser. They seem to have been caught very quickly by this pack, so I think they may have had a little bit of contact battling, and that's put them within this train of cars. But look, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all in this fight, leading back to, that's the 33 of Bauer once again on the back of this train. This is going to get quite interesting over the next couple of laps, because we don't know who's going to have the pace. As Bauer, I think, went to throw it down the inside of Joe Hayes. I think Hayes just made a little bit of a mistake under braking and potentially opened the door there for Bauer, but Bauer thought better of it. He is going to go down the inside here though into Campus. What a great move that is by Bauer, and he gets the move complete, clear of the car as they come through Stavlo.
Very nice clinical work by Bauer then. This is quite a tricky thing to come up on, especially when you know you've had an incident and you're trying to recover up. You know that you've got a bit of a pace advantage. You want to be able to get through this cleanly and quickly. And when they're all battling, it certainly makes some hair-raising moments for them. So be interesting to see if they can get through that very efficiently and quickly, or if they end up getting caught up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to flick through because we do have a couple of battles going on down the field, but I think this is the biggest battle going on right now is the 7-2-1. That's the Bentley of Dave Hasser looks to the inside. He's going to get the move done into La Source. That another great move by then. And Bauer has actually got past the 48 as well going into La Source. So yeah, 2 moves in one corner really for both of those guys as they follow each other up. Look at that running through a ruse. Wow. I was going to say some of those cars look to be on the pretty much the limit of grip, but all getting through there cleanly, following each other one by one. Looking out the outside, that is Joe Hayes going for a move on the 48 Porsche. Is I think Dylan Kaiser just thought a little bit better of it and let him go into the Lecom chicane as we see Bauer make a move. That was on the 242 Ferrari, and Bauer passed them pretty quick. Joe Hayes looked to be getting the move done as well, but John Bianchi just maybe not showing that little bit of pace at the moment, trying to maybe settle in. I think that Ferrari does have a bit of damage on the front end, so that would maybe explain that one, but Bauer has been cleared of that battle already, so he's going to get on and try and close up to the back of Hasser in that Bentley.
Yeah, I think that was really smart play by Hayes, as he is still looking to try. Is he going to try on the outside entrance of Piff Paff? It's going to be a difficult one to make stick if he goes for it. No, he decides to think against it, settle back in behind, see if he can get the run. I'd be looking, if I was him, maybe for the run out of Stavlo up towards Blanchimont, but that Porsche's got really good stopping power, so I wonder if he'll try and make a move. I think he thought about it. He got a really good run there, so he needs to focus here. But it looked like he was using Bauer as a little bit of a "you open the door and I'll follow you through" sort of thing, which he just got the door shut on him by the 242. They did it just enough to shut the door. So he's going to have a proper stab at it now. I think he needs to run through Blanchimont going into the bus stop. So we'll see how hard the 242 defends. He is staying to the inside, so he's going to make him go the long way around. The Porsche should be a bit better on the brakes, but can he get it stopped and turned in? He can, and that was lovely. A beautiful clinical outside move there from Hayes. I think Bianchi played a very, very sensible part as well. Fought it, put the car in a defensive position, but didn't fight it too hard. Knows that potentially they might not be in the same race, which is the most important thing in endurance. You need to know where you're fighting, what you're doing, because it's the overall, let's not waste too much time. That's the question you need to ask yourself. Am I costing too much time defending to the wrong car when I should let them go or not fight it too hard? And I think that was the perfect decision by Bianchi there.
Yeah, definitely a really tricky decision to make sometimes is whether you are costing yourself and the guy who you're fighting too much time, or whether to just, if you're not sort of within the same class, within the same the racing class, that is, or within the same sort of pace band as well, whether you just want to run your own race and potentially let them go if they are a bit quicker than you at this stage of the race. But just saying that, though, we are looking at the 48 once again. That is the 346 Mercedes of Sebastian Lagero, who has closed up to the back of these guys while they've been fighting. He's actually going to look for a move into the Bruxelles hairpin. He got squeezed. The 48 was squeezing him, giving him no room. He had to run onto the grass there in going into the apex of the corner, but he's going to have a look through No Name, try and cut back and get the better exit. Is he going to get that good old switcheroo we always talk about as they run down into Pouan? I don't think he's going to have the pace over that portion. He's just going to have to tuck in right behind him, but it was a good move there, having a look, see him potentially where the Porsche is quicker, where the Porsche is slower, where he can potentially dive the car down the inside. And again, look who's closed up to the back of them. It's the 78 of Mark Coates in that other Mercedes. Those two have almost got the same sort of livery, but with different colours. Really nice to see those Mercedes looking, as we said before the race, looking fantastic as they are. But yeah, while these guys were battling, it's allowed the 346 and the 78 to close up to this train as well.
Yeah, they are beautiful and menacing. I don't think I'd want to be that Porsche with that rear view mirror with those two breathing down your neck, to be honest. But I wonder if it's just picking up on a little bit of lack of confidence, or if they're having a bit of an issue in the number 48, because they were considerably higher up and they slowly just slipped down a little bit. So I don't know if they're struggling with something or got a little bit of damage, but it looks like Lejero is definitely sniffing some blood and wanting to be able to get it out of that 48, which I would imagine he has just dropped a couple of tenths just on the exit of the bus stop, because I think he'd be able to get the run through Eau Rouge and Radeon. That Merc's superior power, and we know that the Porsche struggles in a straight line, so that's going to be his strongest point to get it done. He's got a little bit better run out of La Source going down to it, so see if he can actually get hooked up and if he's close enough into the toe. I think he's just about in toe distance there. He needs a perfect Eau Rouge and Radeon to go through. He does actually. I think that's a little bit of track limits there, but he hasn't seemed to back out of it, so I wonder if he's tactically going to try use a track cut. They are allowed 3 before they do get a drive-through, so I wonder if he hasn't been able to get the full run on it, but he has closed up a lot. I think he needs to be a little bit closer at the start of the next lap, but that's definitely got to be the area, I think, for the Merc to prevail against the Porsche. It's definitely going to struggle through the twisty, windy sections where the Porsche is so strong here.
And just as you said that, we've seen the 63 of Mick Shadikins, that was the 77 of Jeff Spangler, getting past them. I think they just made a little bit of a mistake at the start of Pouham there. Quite easy to do. You have to run the car all the way up to the to the right hand side even, and potentially brake on the curb, and it can upset the car, especially again with this new update. The curbs are a lot more sensitive, and there's a lot more feeling of the tyres over the curbs, and it can upset the car. I've seemed to notice if you do use that curb to brake into Pouham, it was fine before the update, but since this update's come out, curbs are a lot more sensitive, and you can potentially unsettle that car at the entry into Pouham.
Yeah, it's I think they've adjusted something with the curbing, definitely, that it's more grippy and unsettling. I've also noticed as well that depending on how aggressive your setup is set up, talking like camber and your toe, that really affects how the car rides and grips on the curb. So the ones that I think if you see a car moving around or looking a lot more unsettled on the curb, you can pretty safely assume that is set up in a very aggressive manner. So they've brought this to really go ham and wear the tyres out with no regard to kind of tyre wear, whereas the ones that are looking a lot more composed over the curbs might be an indicator towards they've gone for a little bit safer, a little bit let's look after the tyres and drive steady. So that's always a good thing now this new update has brought in. I think it's a new little area that we can try focus on and just keep an eye on to give us an indicator of how the teams have come into this race.
Yeah, it's a big thing to think about after this update. Is the definition of the tyres going over those curbs is a lot more definition. I think it was something to do with the hertz of the... I'm not a technical guy, but it's something to do with the hertz of the feedback, or something to do with the hertz of the physics, which meant that we have a lot more definition from the tyres when going over curbs now. If you do know any more about that, James, please do fill me in, because as I said, I'm not the most technical guy when it comes to to game design.
I mean, I'm not, but I have noticed the rudimentary change in the sense of it has gone from 333 hertz to 400 hertz now of definition on the force feedback in ACC, so it has got a sizable gain. So yeah, that definitely makes sense, and will be part of the reason easily why that affects you through the curbs a lot more. Just having a quick look back as well, see that Simon Bauer is closing in on that 63 car. He's already quite comfortably gapped the 721 Bentley that has also got a 15-second time penalty, I noticed. So maybe for an incident, you did mention that it might have had a bit of contact because it dropped back in its battle, so it could have been something to do with that, as well as the number 7 car I've seen also has been given a 10-second time penalty. I would assume that is for the little bit of contact that they had with Mark Lozelle and the 61 Aston Martin in Lacombe as well.
You're definitely more eagle-eyed than I am. You can keep a lookout for things like this and update me as we go through the race. Just looking at the back of the, not the back of, just looking around with the 721. That's of Dave Hasser. He's got 79 of Joe Hayes in that sort of maroon and black Porsche behind him. I just want to comment. You didn't sort of say at the start, but that livery on that Bentley, I think that looks pretty much like the Garage 59 livery that we see on the Aston in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Series. But on a Bentley, I think that looks pretty cool as well.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I do know that your favourite livery on that Bentley is that diamond one, so I did expect you to weigh quite heavily in. But yeah, I like the nice contrast. It's very similar, like you say, to the Garage 59. I think you're a bit more of a Bentley fan and I'm a bit more of a Porsche fan, so I definitely weigh more towards the 79. I like that maroon and black Porsche of the Hayes partnership behind, who have caught right up to that now as well, by the way. So they've definitely gapped away from the 242 that they were battling with only a couple of laps ago. They've already built a 7.3 second gap to them. So I think in the next couple of laps you might see the Hayes make a move on this 721.
Yeah, this is currently looking down the field, the closest battle that we have going on as Hayes pulls to the inside there on the run up to Puon to see if he can try and make a move, but nothing too untoward with that one. I would say we can agree to disagree on that one, James. I know, being a Bentley fan and you being a bit more of a Porsche fan, then we would be entirely split on that decision. But I think we can leave that one till after the race.
Yep. Although sadly you can beat me in both of them, so I think I feel I'll lose this argument no matter which way it goes.
I've just had a look on my screen. For some reason, whether this is potentially a new feature of the game, I've not seen this before. On my track map, the 106 has come up as a triangle instead of a circle. Whether you would have any idea what that actually means, or whether it's just a little glitch, you can probably see it on the stream on the track map. That 106 is a triangle. Very strange.
Yes, that's part of the 1.8.6 hotfix update that has just gone live. That is a new indicator to indicate who the leader is, so you can glance at the track map and you will know who the leader is. Especially helpful in obviously these endurance races. So
well, that makes
you know where it is.
sense.
It's just a
absolutely.
Yep, small little aid to help us all while we're driving, and everyone viewing can actually clearly see the gap from front to back.
Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. It tells me to. Oh yeah, we've just got your chat there. The triangle is the leading car. Tells me I should read the hotfix change log a bit more, or at least if I ever got the time to read it. But yeah, I think Stefan just put in the chat to say which colour would you like on your Lambo, and then Mick, yes.
Yes, that's all I can say to that. Yeah, I have no words for that livery, no nice words. So yeah.
I think it looks very much like, I don't know if you ever had it, and maybe some, if you're not from the UK, you wouldn't sort of pick up on this, but when I was a child, they used to have sort of segregated areas where you would go and have all these children toys, and they always had just bright mixed match of primary colours, greens, yellows, blues, and reds, and it kind of takes me back a bit to my childhood when I look at that, because it looks like one of them. It's just completely all over the place.
Yeah, it's just obscene, isn't it? Really, it just reminds me of the children's toy car. Do you know the red one? Is it with the yellow doors where you pedal it through? And it brings me back like childhood flashback horror memories, because I always wanted one of those and I never got one. I was always furious about it. So yeah, I will forever hate the combination of red and yellow on a car that looks childish in that sense. So anything that reminds me even vaguely of that, I don't like, which is why I don't like his Lamborghini.
Well, we try to give them as much screen time as we can before before our eyes start to hurt. But yeah, just looking back on the lead, then if we kind of got a bit off on a tangent then. So we have Salomon, who is holding that gap back to Barnett. Barnett's last lap was a 2:21.6, and that's to Salomon's 2:19.4. But I just want to comment on the 42 as well, who is currently around about 5.6 seconds back from Barnett at the moment. Their last lap was a 1:19.9. So this, I mean, whether Barnett had traffic or whether he made a little bit of a mistake, but they are still keeping pace with these guys. Maybe a couple of tenths off what Salomon is putting in, but they are the second, well, judging by the last lap, the second quickest car on track right now. And as we move through the field, currently not too much battling going on. We're trying to look out to see if we can pick anyone up. Hassar, I think, has still got Joe Hayes behind him, so that is currently a battle for that will be P9 here. Is sorry, I've just had a message from James to say that he is disconnected and is having some Wi-Fi issues. So we will see if he can get himself back in. I'm just going to have a look and see what has actually happened. But he says he's disconnected from the server. He's still in my voice room, so a little bit of a weird one, but we will try and work with it. So this is currently the battle for P9. Then is this is Dave Hassar with Joe Hayes in that number 79 Porsche on the back of him. These guys are battling over what is effectively P9 at the moment. They do have a bit of a gap up to Bauer in front of them, but that 242 has dropped off the back, so it's just these two running pretty clear on the track at the moment, so they can probably afford to have this battle. But this has been raging on for a number of laps now. Joe Hayes hasn't been able to actually find a way past. He's been very respectful to this 721 Bentley, but he just hasn't been able to close up to the back and find a way past. We'll definitely keep an eye on it as we go through, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as we actually see the 71 who's just gapped him just a little bit going up to here. Maybe the Bentley with a bit more straight line speed. I know the Porsche does struggle in a straight line top end, but yeah, we will definitely see what can happen and if they can carry on this awesome fight. So Stefan, Dr. Benji, it was better than our Mr. Blobby car with the blue wheels. Yeah, definitely. I think that was probably the worst livery of the season, if we're going to be completely honest. But yeah, we will have a look into apologies. We're just trying to sort out what's going on with James. He's currently having some sound issues. I think the internet has gone down. It's not a great day here in the UK. There has been what is effectively feels like another storm over the past couple of days. So my Wi-Fi has certainly been up in the air over the past couple of days. So it's not uncommon considering I know that James lives on the top of a hill. So that's not the best thing. So Stefan, so it looks like some teams got caught out by the update and needed to rework their entire setup. Yeah, that's what I've noticed from the update itself, is that the setups that you did have doesn't work. Going into the sort of post-update, the setups that you originally had for these cars don't always work. So you have to completely rework the setups, and it can be difficult to do, especially if you don't have the time. I know we had the update came 2 days before we had a 24-hour race, so it was all stations go to scramble to try and make another setup. So yeah, it's going to be difficult for these guys to change those setups and get a setup that works and is still quick after this update, and that's maybe why we see this 106, who is really quick at the moment. They're putting in some really consistent and quick lap times. It was a 2:19.3 on their last lap and a 2:19.8 for Bonnet. So they are still pulling that gap. It's now up to 4.1 seconds, which is pretty incredible to see considering we know how fast Bonnet is. But at the moment they just seem to have a bit more consistency, and we'll wait to see how that pans out throughout the rest of the race. And Dr. Benji, again, you found that the new update was generally needs slightly less camber, stiffer anti-roll bars, and higher brake ducts and slightly higher ABS. Yeah, it's one of them. I think it's going to be different prepare each car, but I think that's just a general rule of the new update, is to try that out on each of your setups for each car and see if it works. But been working with you all weekend to find more speed in the Porsche, but it's still very much down on the straights. Yeah, it was always the thing when I used to drive the Porsches. It was very, very good in the corners and very good on the brakes, but it did lack that top end speed. But yeah, it's an absolute beast at certain tracks, and it is quick around Spa as well. I found from previous updates, it has been definitely has got better top end speed. So yeah, it's definitely still lacking in a straight line, but it's better than it used to be, put it that way.
Have returned from my internet issues, so I hopefully will stay on board now for the rest. But yeah, I'm just going to have to, for Reese's benefit at least, I'm going to have to solely go off your information that I can see that you're streaming, so I can monitor. I can't load the game up, sadly.
Oh, at least you're back, James.
Yeah.
At least we got that sorted. It's quite weird to commentate on your own, but I took my hour for a second and we've already got battles. Going straight back into the action now, we're looking at the 48 is currently under pressure, and that will be from the 346 of Leggero. They dropped off the last couple of laps, but they have caught back up to the back of that 48, and the 242 has fell back into the clutches of that 48 Porsche as well. That is the 346 and the 78. The two Mercedes behind them who are following in suit, so we'll wait to see what happens with this battle. But again, take your eye off for a couple of seconds and look what happens. We have battling going on throughout the field, so I think that 242 is still carrying that damage from early on in the race, so that may be affecting them, whether it be straight line or overall downforce. But they seem to have been struggling over the past couple of laps, and they have fell back into the clutches of this 48 Porsche.
Yeah, I think the 48 is just kind of looks like they've regathered themselves, recouped, and are coming back now, fighting strong. They've held off the advances from those Mercedes behind, which looks like they have switched positions from when we previously saw them, I do believe. I think Mark Coates is now ahead of Lagaro. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much, I most likely did. But yeah, it looks like Mark Coates has made his way around there, so there's been a bit of a swap. They could have been battling quite hard, but the Porsche's done well to hold on and is now attacking that Ferrari, which, like you said, I think it's just carrying a little bit of front-end damage, which could make it easy for the Porsche in that straight line, if it has affected the straight line heavier.
Oh, a little bit of contact there on the exit of the bus stop, but I don't think it was anything too much, as the 48 of that is Kaiser moves up past that 242, and this is Leggero looking for a move there on Mark Coates. He has got the braking wrong. He's going to give a tap to the 242, and then he's going to send him wide. Luckily, it was in a straight line, so it didn't actually upset the car and spin them around, but good driving. I think that was from the 78, just to let him go and let it get back in front. I think he was just a little bit too late on the brakes and didn't expect the 242 to be going that slowly, and unfortunately a little bit of contact made, but luckily, as we said, it didn't turn around the 242, and they were able to both carry on. Great respect from the 78 to let the 242 go there.
Yeah, it's always good to see that little bit of respect going through, that racing respect on it, and there's plenty of time to come back and try again, so yeah, they shouldn't be too disheartened and keep going. But solid move by the 48, a little bit robust, but he's still made his way through, so yeah, let's see if he can hold off the advances from the Mercedes continuously and try build a bit of a gap and get a bit of comfort. But it looks a bit like it might be. I'd be a little bit nervous if I was him right now, seeing that grille getting that close.
Yeah, the massive grille on that Mercedes, it really looms in the mirrors of that Porsche, and you just saw on the exit of Malmondy just after Le Combe how close he actually got to the rear of that Porsche. It was pretty much within the gearbox, so yeah, he's definitely using everything he can to try and intimidate that Porsche driver and see if he can potentially force a mistake and move his way past. But this is, I think this is going to take a couple of laps for this fight to wind down. Let me tell you that right now.
Yeah, and you might find that the second drivers pick this up. It carries on through and it goes solely onto those. But yeah, as you just moved to the 63 of the Lamborghini, the Mamma Mia team, doing really well in a strong. Is that 7th position or is it 6th position? Sorry,
7th at the moment as they cross the line.
Position.
The 77 of Spangler is in the pits, so it will move them up to a net, P6 on the track, but I think it will still be a net P7 once the pit stops are over. Yeah,
that's a really good first stint nearly completed by them. To say the Hungaroring race that we missed, Mick and Moritz will hate me for saying it, but they did have a bit of a difficult race there. They trudged through, and good respect for them to get all the way through that race, but it wasn't the most fortunate of events for them. So making a really good show on this final one-round Spa.
Yeah, really putting in the hard work to get those lap times in consistently and not make any mistakes. We're just looking back once again with this battle between the 48 and the 346. They have actually pulled a gap to the 242 behind them, and that the 78 that was on the back of this battle has come into the pits. Sorry, I got stumbled over again. The 78, of Mark Coates has made a pit stop there, so they've dropped off the back of this train, maybe diving into the pits just a little bit early. This is kind of the first time that we'd expect these pit stops to come in. The pit window really has opened at the moment because, if you're stuck in traffic, you may want to try and get that undercut. Just get into the pits a little bit early and see what you can do on fresh tyres, but we'll wait and see what happens, whether the undercut or the overcut is going to be better at this particular circuit.
Yeah, I think with this new update and the new tyre model, I think the undercut is going to be difficult because it takes that couple of more laps for the tyres to come in and come up to pressure. I think it's going to favour the overcut. So anyone that can go longer, that's fueled a bit there, a bit further into the race, could see that extra little gain of a couple of seconds from the pit stop. But then also there's the lining it up actually on the pit marks. You can lose 2, 3, 4 seconds by just getting the out of position. So you can see when they're all this close, you can see changes of position and quite big gaps forming after the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, it's definitely something to take note of nowadays. Now after the updates, that your tyres may, as you said, take a couple more laps to come up to pressure and come up to temperature, and it may just mean that we see a couple of teams potentially coming a few laps earlier than they normally would to try and get that undercut. It may still work, it just be that you have to come in a couple of laps earlier, but then again, it will scupper the tyres. I mean, you're on worse tyres at the end of the stint, so definitely an interesting one to see how it pans out. But that 346 Mercedes is still right on the back of this 48, and I don't know about you, James, but as you said before, that Mercedes, the grille, it's like being eaten as we look at the back of that Porsche. I think we may have again lost James to technical issues, but we'll keep an eye and see if we can get him back. But yeah, it's, as we said, it's such a good looking car, that Mercedes, but the grille is massive and it is definitely like being eaten up when that's in your mirror. The 346 just ran a little bit wide on the top of Radion. So easy to do, but it can lead to track limits, and that's something we're going to have a look for here. These guys only get 3 warnings in this race, and then it's the drive-through as we see the 346 finally get to the inside of that 48 and outbrake. Whether he's outbraked himself, no, he manages to stop it and get clear. Great move there from Sebastian Leggero there as he moves through Lecom and gets clear of that number 48 Porsche. Just as we said that, we now see the leader as well. The 106 has come into the pits to make their first pit stop. Barnett and the 42 of Beton do stay out onto the track, so the 106 has bit the bullet and come in first to see if they can get something on the strategy. They don't have to worry too much as long as they hit their marks. They did have, the last time I checked, I think it was around about a 5 to 6 second gap over Barnett behind, and fantastic stint from Salomon to keep that car out in the lead. They've been absolutely flawless lately. But yeah, we have had confirmation that unfortunately James has gone again, so we'll see if we can get him back in the stream. But I will attempt to try and keep this up by myself. So they're going to make their pit stop now, and once again, it will more than likely be a driver change, which will automatically lock the pit stop at 30 seconds. Whether you have any damage on top of that, we could see these guys stay in their pit stalls for a little bit longer than that, but that is going to be the standard amount of time that you would come into the pits for, would be 30 seconds to get the tyres, get the brakes, sorry, not the brakes, the tyres, and also any damage fixed. We're looking at around about the 30-second mark to be stationary if they are changing drivers. We do see, though, a lot of these teams do actually have damage. As we just have a look here at the front of the 346, they are carrying quite a bit of damage, and looking at the back as well, there may be a little bit of rear end damage. So it's going to be a case of whether these guys do decide to get the damage fixed in the pit stop and see if they can still run those lap times with the damage. Now, I would say around about up to 10 seconds damage would only affect a couple of tenths per lap, and sometimes you can actually get away with it if you haven't got much time left on this stint, or that you're not taking as long of a stint. Then sometimes you definitely can get away with it, especially if you're battling with someone behind. You need to be in the pits and out of the pits in the shortest amount of time possible. But we will definitely wait and see as we see the that is the 242 of Jean Bianchi. Unfortunately, they do pick up a stop go 30, and I do believe that will be for speeding in the pit lane. More than likely, that is the stop go 30 is usually reserved for a pit lane penalty. I think it's been cleared, so we'll keep you updated on them. And that is actually Steven Silvera has taken over that car, has taken over the 242 Ferrari. So seeing what they can do as they get back onto the track. So then it's now the game of who pits next then. So the 106 has come into the pits, and they have actually come out in 8th place. I'm looking on the track map to see whereabouts they are. They have come out, they are just currently going through Blanchimont, which is just before the bus stop chicane. So we will wait and see as to how much time they have potentially lost or gained on this number 22, and we'll see who can come out in the lead once this 22 team decide to pit. But again, we don't know their strategy, we don't know when they're going to come in, so they may be running a little bit longer, but we are at that 45-minute mark now, so this is about the time we would expect to see all those teams come in for the pit stop.
Yep, I would have said so. I'm just dealing with quite a few internet issues. I don't think it likes it up where I live, so I do apologise for that. I may be coming in and out a little bit, trying to rectify it.
That's fine, James.
Fix it and get it properly sorted.
As I said to you, it's very weird commentating when there's only one of you. But I will try my best. But yeah, as I said, it's not been the best of days. Although the last couple of days in the UK, we've kind of had, as we say, the beast from the east, and then again, today has not been good. It's been very wet and windy, so unfortunately, we may have some issues, especially as I said where James lives. It's sort of on the top of a hill. Sometimes the Wi-Fi can be blown out. So yeah, that's unfortunately maybe what's happened here. Okay, looking back to the race then, it's the number 42 of John Betton who does come into the pits. As of right now, they're the second team following that number 106. We will see what happens when they do come out of the pit stop. But the 106, just having a look now, they have actually changed. So Nicole Umbarger is in that car, and they will be looking to hold on to the lead of this race as that number 42 car is in the pits at the moment. Barnett still hasn't. They've decided to run that car a little bit further on in this stint, so we will be keeping a close eye and waiting to see where they come into the pit lane. But that number 42 at the moment is still going along. There's such a long pit lane here because we use the endurance layout of Spa. It's using both of those pit lanes, so you actually come into the pits at the end of the bus stop chicane, and you have to run all the way down the start finish straight and through La Source in the pit lane before you actually make it to your box. So the 42 is only just coming to a standstill now. As we have a look, the number 106 is already at that start finish line, and I think that number 42 will be stationary for 30 seconds, so we will see. I think the 106 is perfectly clear. The 42 was a good couple of seconds back, around about 10-15 seconds back, I think, from the leading car. So I think they're pretty much going to be okay. We will wait and see though. I think the number 42 they're just passing now, who's still stationary, so the 106 will hold on to the lead for the time being, and we'll see what Nicole can do behind the wheel of that car. Just having a look back through some of the action now. We do have the 346 of Sebastian Leggero is in to make their stop. They were, I believe, battling with the 48, who has just they've actually made their pit stop. They're currently leaving pit lane, and they have a driver change. Brian Pratt has taken over that car, so they were currently in battle, I think, out on the track with this 346, so we'll wait and see what happens with them and see if there is any change in regards to their positions as well. With the pit stop cycling through, that does move Michael Landry up into second place, although he will come in to make his pit stop now. And this is what we were saying before, is that the pit stop and the pit lane at Spa is so long, it runs all the way from that bus stop chicane all the way through to Eau Rouge. It's a mammoth of a pit lane. It does really take a long time for the cars to navigate that pit lane and make their stop. So this is why we see such a change in the order when guys are coming into the pits here, is because it's such a long pit lane and it can take well past a minute and a half to actually get that pit stop done. So as we said, that's why there is a number of changes within the order when everyone does cycle through to make their pit stops. Matej Barnett still out on track in that number Maniac, in the Maniac Mavericks number 2 car, and as we said before, they were in battle originally at the start of the race with that 33 of Simon Bauer, which unfortunately did make that little mistake at the top of Radion. As we see a great shot of there of Barnett getting that car a little bit loose, sliding it through the corners. That's what we like to see. Not very good for lap time, but certainly looks very good on the stream. We're just waiting to see when they're actually going to pit, because we do still have 2 hours and 10 minutes left of this race, so we will wait to see when they decide to take their pit stop. And apologies, I was just trying to see where James was to see if we could get him back, but I'm not sure it's looking too good at the moment. We will see what we can do in regards to that one though. So someone we haven't mentioned, a team that we haven't mentioned very much tonight, is the 784 of Derek Bruff in the Bentley there. That's sort of, I'd say that's almost cyan coloured, cream coloured, sort of off-white coloured Bentley with those bright green wheels. They're currently running down in 20th place, which is currently last on the track, but once again these guys are an amateur team, and we have known from previous events that they are still getting used to the way this game drives and the way the car drives, and they are doing a fantastic job to be in this series and in this race, and we'd love to see it each and every time we go racing. They do come out and really give us a show. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much of them tonight. I wanted to cut back because they have got a drive-through, and I think that will either be for speeding in the pit lane or will be a track limits penalty. So unfortunately, they will be made to take a drive-through over the next couple of laps. But as we said, this is a great event for some guys who are maybe not as confident with the game yet, or who are still starting out within sim racing, and these 3-hour events, they really do help to get a taste of what endurance racing is going to be like, because we run the 45-minute format, as we just see them actually return to the pit lane for some reason there. I think there was a disqualification, but we'll keep you updated on that one. But it can be one of those things, is that even if you aren't necessarily an avid sim racer and it's something that you are still starting out on, and you want to get involved with, definitely sign up to Octane Online Racing. We do have a number of series, including the Rookie Series, where you can get support and help with how to maybe just finesse the techniques and set up the cars and things like that, and then you can move on and come and join us racing in some of these, the likes of these lobbies. And it's, again, we do this as a completely fun hobby, and there's there's never any pressure on anyone to perform. It's something that we do pride ourselves in the sim racing community, is that we do it as a hobby and we do it because we love racing. So it's just fantastic to see these guys come in week in, week out, and really put on a show for us. I do believe I can hear James in the background. Are you there, James?
I'm here currently, but it's still outlook looks bleak, as one of those 8 balls would say, but I'm fingers crossed that we may be able to continue as we started. Just may have to bear with me with a couple of stutters, that's all. I don't know what the internet providers have done by me, but they've ruined it, so yes.
Well,
listen to what you said.
As we were saying before, we haven't had the best couple of days, so I can completely understand why the Wi-Fi might not be playing ball.
A strongly worded British letter will be going towards them for sure.
We'd love to see it.
Yeah, and just touching on I just caught the back end of what you were saying then with the OR and the rookies and people putting the time in. It's extremely good place to come, especially if you're new. I'd say nowhere else in Europe and Australia and the likes look to be doing a series that's so well rounded for new beginners into the sim racing, and they offer obviously the coaching and everything. I know there's quite a few of the drivers you see on the grid today have come up. I suppose you could word it as like OOR children. They've come up from the rookies, learned the tricks of the trade. Don't get me wrong, still learning, but showing insane pace. I think I'm right in saying that Barnet is one of those. So yeah, you can see how good they actually can help you, and how fast you can really get.
Well, if that's not a statement, I don't know what is. Yeah, that's really well put. You look at how much pace, consistency, and how much style as a driver Barnett's got, to be coming up from a rookie series or something like that to be leading this race effectively. I mean, obviously we will see how the pit stops pan out, and these guys are going for that longer strategy, potentially pitting on the hour, to try and get potentially shorter stints in at the end of the race. We'll just wait and see what they choose to do, but yeah, they are definitely logged in strategy battle with this 106 Mercedes, who are currently just coming through Bruxelles now as Barnet goes across the start finish line. So yeah, there is a lot of track between them, but I did mention it before, James, the pit stop and the pit lane are very, very long here.
Yeah, you can lose a lot of time in the pits and the pit lane, so you will notice that there'll be quite a sizable gap in the actual track of where you come out behind and in front of with the pit stops. So, but that will be negated, obviously, due to all of them having to do the same length of drive. But just looking at the lap times that I can see there, it looks like the 106 is currently lapping nearly a second quicker than the number 22 was last lap round. So maybe I was talking utter rubbish with the tyres coming in into temp, and that the undercut might not work. This might benefit them because their pace is phenomenal right now.
Yeah, and looking back, we have 18.7 from the 106 last lap, and it was a 2:19.6 from the 22. So yeah, as you said, that's pretty much 9/10, if not a second quicker per lap, and they were already ahead by 5 or 6 seconds going into that pit stop. So yeah, we could see that the undercut, just running that 45-minute strategy, those 45-minute stints, we could see that pan out to actually give them the best potential shot at coming away with a race win today.
Yeah, it looks like it's certainly playing into their hands. It's theirs to lose. And to be honest, it's really nice. Don't want to take anything away from them because they have driven amazingly, but it's nice seeing a couple of new cars at the front, not just the Maniac one driving away and having this good battle going on. Both of them are driving really good races, and it also looks, just glancing at the timing tower, the lap times aren't currently there to really push these top two teams. But look who's going deep into the stint. Looks like it's the number 79 of the Hayes Porsche. This could gain them a few spots if they do it correctly, because I know they were caught up in a bit of a battle in the mid-pack. This could be very tactical, go a bit longer, and try jump them on the pit strategy.
And yeah, just as we say that, in the very bottom right of your screen there was Barnet. They have decided to make their pit stop with 2 hours even and 1 minute 40 seconds to go. So we'll wait and see how that strategy pans out throughout the rest of the race for them. But they have decided this is the right time to make their pit stop and potentially give the car over to Visor. We'll wait and see whether Barnet does stay in the car or whether he does hand it over to his teammate. But a battle that I wanted to come back to is this battle here. This has been pretty much raging on throughout most of the race. It's the number 007 of Q Branch and the 61 of that's the 7 of Carpenter and the 61 of Harry Milo. These guys have been on it lap after lap, and here they are still after an hour of racing, nose to tail pretty much on the track.
Yeah, well, it looks like that 10-second penalty has obviously helped the number, let me just be able to see, probably number 61 Aston Martin, because obviously that little bit of contact earlier on could have been nursing a bit of damage on the 61 Aston, but it allowed a gap to the number 7 ahead of them. So they'll have had to take that 10 seconds in the pit stop. So the number 61 probably could get away with repairing some damage and just still being able to close up some time in the pit stop to retake this battle again and see if they can get a successful overtake this time through it.
Yeah, we will definitely wait to see how that battle pans out throughout the course of this race. They're putting in pretty similar lap times as well. The last lap from Halamilo is about 2/10 quicker than Austin Carpenter in that 007, so pretty much similar lap times, whether that 61 Aston will have the pace to close up. But this is always a thing of when you race the same car as you kind of find where your setup is better than theirs, because you know the cars are going to be they're going to have the same performance throughout the whole track. It's just who's set the car up better in each particular corner, who maybe has a little bit more rear wing and is a little bit slower on those straights, and potentially that could be the thing that does give you that overtake at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's really fine margins. It's making sure you're the one as well that's absolutely perfect into the corners when you're trying to size them up, because it's those tiny little differences that actually make the difference in the overtake when you're in the same car. It makes it extremely difficult. Just a side note, I didn't know if you had mentioned from, obviously during all my disconnects, car number 78, the Mercedes of Mark Coates. That looks like it had a bit of an issue and was beached on a curb for quite a while at the bus stop. So the bus stop sausage, it couldn't move, so that's had to return to garage and come back out again. So sadly they've taken a big hit there, but real hats off to them for carrying on going. It's always a horrible thing to deal with. So, and I think that's a little bit of a bug in the game sometimes. It used to be there like quite a while ago before this patch, so hopefully they'll get that patched out, and there'll be no more of that. But unfortunate for them, but it's great to see them kind of soldier on.
Yeah, that's definitely, I mean, I didn't pick up on it. I think we were just trying to sort out issues. I think I may have missed a couple of things on the track when that happened. But yeah, that's a really odd one to get stuck beached on a curb. I mean, we know these GT3 cars are low, and we know hitting the sausage curve in certain cars, especially the Macca or the McLaren, it really doesn't like the curb. So yeah, I'm surprised it managed to get beached. That's quite a feat to be able to do that.
Yeah, I know it was a bit of a problem when they brought out the British GT pack with Snetterton, the likes of the corner just before going into the bomb hole and that, with the quite heavy sausage curbs. So the bus stop was definitely another one very similar to that. So yeah, unfortunately it's just a little bit of a bug, I think, in the game, that if you spin and stop there, you just can't get going again, unfortunately. But yeah, at least it's really good to see them carrying on, because you can be extremely disheartened and want to stop. So to see them carry on is bigger than anything else, to be honest, and a massive hats off to them for continuing going.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see. They are currently running 3 laps down. They do have that 346 of Gigi, who is on the same lap as them. So there is potential still to move up this field, even if it is just by 1 position. But we will keep an eye on that as they go forward. Really good to see their fighting spirit and see that they're still within this race. Looking back through the chat, we have the 7... I believe it was the Bentley, the 781, if I seem to remember. They did have a drive-through that I was commenting on, and unfortunately they did get disqualified because they didn't take that drive-through in time, which is a real shame. Unfortunate. Maybe they just were a little bit out on the timing. I know it can be quite easy to do sometimes when you don't exactly know which lap you're supposed to take that drive-through on, and that is really unfortunate, but that's just the nature of the game now. Is if you do put a foot wrong, it will disqualify you. Also, Eamon Tully says good day, so good day to you, Eamon, and he looks to join the series next year. He was looking to join the series next year. It will be fun to move just from the rookies, and this is what we were saying before about it's a great series to step up. If you can find someone who will race with you and find a teammate, it is a really good series to move up from rookies in, because you get a taster of what endurance racing is going to be like, because you've got everything there, even though you're not running the full sort of 6, 7, 12, 24-hour races. You have that that sort of experience of driver swapping and having someone else on your team who you will communicate with and make the strategy calls and everything with. So yeah, it's a really good series to move up from the rookies.
Yeah, it's a really good feeder in. You haven't, like you said earlier, you're not going to have to double stint or do some really horrible stints on old tyres or anything like that, but it'll give you the taste, and you can fine tune kind of your endurance team before using this as well. It's really good for that, for the bigger ones, because then I do special events, like I think they have the 12-hour of Silverstone coming up just before Christmas, so you can fine tune it in the slightly smaller endurances like this, and then go into some of their really big events where I think they do a showdown qualifying, and really exciting big events there as well. So they can cover all the kind of tastes that you want, whichever type of race you want to do. You can do it here at OOR.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really good point there. Also, Dale7840 said he has fun with the series, but the new update was hell to get used to. But he hopes to everyone does enjoy the rest of the race. Yeah, as we said before, this update changed just about everything. It has been really difficult, especially if you haven't had a lot of time. I know, obviously, we only do this as a hobby, so people do have jobs and life outside of this, so yeah, it can be a real big thing to get used to if you don't do that very often. I've just had a look at the timing boards, James. I can see the 42 is actually coming to make a stop. They've got damage on the front of that car. I think that's potentially been in the wall somewhere. That's not a scheduled stop.
Oh, is this their second pit stop that they're taking now then?
This will be, yep, it will be their second pit stop. This is pretty out of sequence, and look at the front of that Ferrari. It's definitely got some damage. You can see just how the front bumper is kind of hanging off there, and they've got some scratches going up the windscreen. I think that's been into the wall front. Yeah, it's the front of it's definitely been into the wall.
Yeah, I would most likely edge my bets that that's either going to be Eau Rouge and Radeon or Pouon, especially for the Ferrari in front end damage like that. It's easy to go into the wall in both, and most likely they'll have flat spotted the tyres as well. So it'll be prudent to do a tyre change, potentially. But this could mean that their last pit stop, they can't change tyres to new ones, or they might be able to, but it'll just eat a little bit more time. But yeah, sad to see them have this damage to deal with after such a strong start of the race.
Yeah, that's pretty heartbreaking for them. Although, the one good thing they can take away from this, if I was on their strategy department, I would say that they could fix the damage, get a new set of tyres on that car, and then pit on the hour mark. Even though they will have lost some time fixing that damage now, they're potentially out of sequence, yeah, but they can try something different from the strategy. They've only got one more pit stop, mandatory pit stop to do after this, and they could potentially take that within the final hour and run that race, because I don't believe there are any driver stint limit times on this race. So yeah, they might not be out of it just yet. Unfortunately, it has happened at a pretty bad time, but they can run the strategy and see what they can do with that, and potentially just run the final stint as an hour-long stint.
Yeah, at least they can recover. That's the advantage of obviously these slightly longer endurance races. There is that chance to recover in. I just noticed as well in your chat, hello Raggy, the other commentator from the sprint series of OOR. How's the Joes doing? By that I'm guessing you mean the Joe Hayes Junior and Senior team, the number 79. They had some issues in quality. It looks like one of the cars didn't actually leave the pits for whatever reason. You might be able to inform us, because I know you help the Joe Hayes team a lot. So yeah, I don't know what issue they had at quali. So it looked like one didn't go out, so they had to start from pretty much the back, I think. And they're on a big recovery drive at the moment, and currently up to P8. So they're doing a really good job. They look like they're staying out of danger. And currently fighting. Is it?
I was going to say, as we say that,
they are fighting with the Maniacs team. Won the championship winners, as it were. They're taking it to them.
Well, he's just made a fantastic move up the Kemmel Straight and has managed to get clear of Timothy Flamger before going into Lecom. So that a great move by the 79. That will move them up into 7th place as we go forward with an hour and 50 minutes remaining in this race. That's a great move by Joe Hayes Jr.
Yeah, really pushing the Porsche there. I didn't expect it to actually have the legs on the Mercedes as well, of all cars. So, yeah, whatever setup things he's been doing with, I've forgotten who actually said it in the chat. I saw someone say it in the chat that they've been working with them. Stefan, I think it was. Yeah, just whatever they did, definitely worked, lowering that wing or anything, because I didn't think that Porsche should have the legs over the Merc, but quality overtake, really well driven, and let's see if they can get into the top 5. I would imagine, would you be aiming for the top 5 if that was you, Reese? Do you think it's realistic, or would you be aiming for even higher?
Well, just looking at the gaps to the top 5. Let me just have a look as they do go across the line. They've got an 8.1 second gap to that 63 of Wagner in that horrifically coloured Lamborghini. And then I'm not sure what the gap is ahead of them to the 77 Ferrari, but I definitely think they could aim for the top 5 here. They've had that pace and they've been doing really, really good to really good lap times and consistency to be able to pass the championship winners, the leaders. So yeah, it's really good to see. I think they could potentially aim for a top 5 in this race.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's out of the window. If they push on like they have been, they've showed great pace and great overtaking skill so far, with, like I say, no incidents that we have noticed. So yeah, if they continue this, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they were fighting for a podium near the end. I definitely wouldn't be shocked if that was the case. And anything can happen in endurance, as we saw with the Ferrari, with the number 42, with the front end damage. All it takes is that one missed corner, one little slight mistake, and yeah, it can cost you quite a lot. And we're quite painful here.
Yeah, and just to have a look at them, they've come out of the pit stop, currently back in 11th place. They've actually dropped outside of the top 10. Once again, they will form through after the pit stops to cycle through. I think these guys will be starting to pit on the sort of hour and a half mark. That would take you through those 45-minute stint windows. But we will wait and see what they can do. And once again, they can get away with just pitting on this hour mark. If they can extend the stint, if they put maybe a little bit more fuel in that car, they can try and extend the stint, pit on the hour, and they will be in sequence when it comes to the end of this thing, but potentially lost a little bit of time with that damage in the pit stop phase there.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a bitter pill to swallow, but it's how you dust yourself off and come back. And yeah, hopefully, I want to see them back up there. They certainly have the pace and the ability to be up there. They deserve to be up there. And we both know how easy you can make a mistake. It's like I say, it's only a tiny little loss of concentration or just a tiny little mistake. And in the Ferrari round here, you know as well as I do, Reese, it can kill you in a second. It can punish you very quickly. So yeah, they deserve to be running higher than they are, and I'd love to see them get back up there.
Yeah, we've had word from Fredericks that the setup is working that they put on that car, and we can clearly see that as they go through. But yeah, the Porsche and the setup that I was running at, I think that's the 333 just off to the bottom right of your screen, off into the grass at the exit of Eau Rouge. I think it was. They'll get back on track. Alex Crawford, I've just seen that Lulu did actually post in the chat to say that it has been a bit of a rough race for them. They are currently running down in P18. They did have some issues and had to change the high fuel load, and unfortunately the setup isn't liking the that for some particular reason, and unfortunately those kind of things can happen in these races. But you guys are still fighting. You've got that spirit, you know, you've got that fighting spirit, and you were able to put in some really good lap times. So I would say to you guys that it's definitely not over yet. I would say that you could get away with one more pit stop and try and run this thing to the end. Don't count yourselves out of anything just yet.
Yep, totally. Like I've said earlier, the Honda is a beast to drive. It takes a lot of time and effort to even get that thing staying on track. So what you've been doing has been amazing work. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have heard from the Honda whisperer that is Simon Bauer that in the Honda you either run one or two things. You either run really high wing or you run insane rake. So either of those, yeah, put in the high fuel in or just changes in fuel balancing in the car is going to have quite a drastic effect. So yeah, it's like the Porsche. You've got to kind of overpressurize the front tires at the beginning of the stint, because then as the fuel burns off, then your tire pressures will drop, so you maintain within a good window, but you risk a little bit of blistering at the beginning. The Hondas like that, I think, but just it makes the car even like more difficult than the Porsche, I would say, in temperamental to oversteer and understeer moments. So yeah, you're still doing a class job carrying it on, and you never get a perfect race, as we can see from the Maniac Mavericks one. I think they came in expecting or hoping for a 4 out of 4. Potentially doesn't look that way unless something drastically changes, and they've been on absolute form. So you're never going to win every single one, and you're never going to have the perfect run, but you're going to learn from these ones where you have those issues. Like, you'll learn to tailor that setup, or maybe just not take the Honda again.
Oh, a great way of putting it there, James. As we have a look here at Claudio Jaramillo, he's currently being hassled by some Sneltren, who does actually get it a little bit wrong and slides on the exit of Malvin. So yeah, unfortunately maybe a little bit of time lost there, and I do apologise, Sam, for butchering your name. I know Clayt did tell me in the one at Donington how to pronounce it, but unfortunately that's not stuck with me, I'm afraid. So apologies for that, but I will try my best. Just to say from chat there to keep in mind, Frederick said that Joe Hayes Jr. is just a kid, which is pretty insane. I wonder if you could tell us how old he is. It'd be absolutely insane if he is just a kid to be able to put those sort of lap times on. As we see Jaramillo decide to put the that was the lap down car of the 48. He almost went on track there to get past. So yeah, interesting stuff to get past this traffic. He knows that 77 Ferrari is quick, and he will be on the back of him in no time once again.
Yeah, I'd say that's a bit of feeling the pressure, because that was a send. That was brave and risky at the same time. He put all his faith into the 48 there to trust that he knew he were coming and was going to go for that gap. So I think he's nervous at the 77, and the 77 really has closed under braking now, coming into the bus stop now on 61 with Jaramillo. So I potentially could be lining up for a move down the Kemmel straight, as the Ferrari, I would say, just slightly tops the Aston on top speed. Obviously it's setup dependent, but it's definitely got it in it. So I'd be interested to see how well Jaramillo handles this. I mean, if I'm in the Aston, I'd probably be wanting to take the perfect line through here and then stay way over to the right, make the Ferrari go the long way around. But let's see how he defends it.
It's a fantastic shot looking at the back of those cars as they go up over Rouge. You can just see how much elevation change these guys have really got to deal with. But yeah, that 77 looks to be right on the back of Jaramillo. Is he potentially going to look for a move? Jaramillo thinks about defending, but he knows that they're just not going to be close enough to try and make a dive down the inside. But yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic. I just love watching those cars, especially on board shots of them going up on Rouge. It just looks absolutely fantastic.
Oh, through the rear wing, such an amazing shot. But yeah, Jaramillo then just did everything, like I think we talked about it earlier on in the race, just saying absolutely nailing sector 1 and making sure you've got that dialed can really save you in a defending or attacking position. And that was it, because he actually looked like he got a better run and better traction through Rouge and Radion. That just gave him like a tenth or two gap just before entering onto the Camel Straight, and you could see the Ferrari closing that gap back up, but it was enough to just negate that extra bit of top speed that the Ferrari would have in the toe of him to make an actual move. So perfect driving for Jaramillo there.
Absolutely, we can see just how close that Aston is, and how twisty and tight this section of the track is through sector 2, as we ride on board with Sem Snelltrain in that number 77 Ferrari. Yeah, they are looking to be closing up potentially onto the back of Jaramillo again and looking for that move, but I think the Aston has got pretty good straight line speed, but it's also good in those twisty sections through Puon and Piffpath and into Campus. So yeah, they've definitely managed to get a little bit of a gap there to that 77.
Yeah, the Aston's got very strong aero, so and I think it's actually been lowered. Just as we see the 77 pitting, is he going to try go for the undercut now on the 61 Aston? Is this going to be a strategy call?
Potentially it could be. It's going to be potentially a driver change and whack some new tyres on it, see what lap times you can do, and potentially get past that 61. So we'll see what they can do. They are going to bring that thing down the absolutely gigantic pit lane. It seems to take an absolute eternity when you do come into pit here, and that's why the drive-throughs are so costly, and these guys will definitely be looking out for that. You do not want to be getting a drive-through because it's just so costly with that pit lane being essentially 2 straights.
Oh, it feels like an absolute eternity going through the pit lane here, but it's a very early stop with only one. Correct me if I'm wrong, just because I'm reading it from your Discord, Reese, but is it 1 hour and 44 minutes remaining?
We currently have 1 hour and 40 on the dot, just as you said that.
40 on the dot, right, so it is an early pit stop then. They've only been going for 80 minutes then in this race. So do we think that the Ferrari is going to do a really long stint now? Because if that was me, I'd be playing it until maybe doing an hour stint there, or even a little bit longer if I can last it. So then the last half an hour, 20 minutes, you can really go for a low fuel, like brand new tyres, absolute splash and dash blast at the end.
That's potentially the strategy some teams may be trying to pull, is how long can you extend this middle stint to give you the best possible chance with the tyres, with the fuel for the next stop. Especially if you don't change the driver, it could mean that you could get an overall quicker pit stop. But I want to go back to this battle for the lead here. You can see that 106 just going up at the top of Radion now, and you can actually see behind them, I think within this shot, just coming around there's that 22. That gap is actually closing. On the last lap, the 106 did a 20.8. Marcel Weiser in the 22 a 219.2. That's essentially the best part of nearly 2 seconds, maybe 1.5, 2 seconds difference on that last lap alone, and that gap has now come down to 2.8 seconds. You can see the Ferrari in the background of that shot, and they are closing in on that 106 pretty fast.
Marcel Weiser in the 22 is absolutely charging. I mean, I don't know, I can't tell fully, but it looks like there might have been some back markers to contend with which could have played in his favour, but the absolute pace of his lap time, have they played this out to like perfection? Because we know that the 22 pitted later than the 106, so are his lap times now, are his tyres just hanging on that good bit more? So which means in those 5 laps, 5, 6, 7 laps before the next pit stop, can he take significant chunks out that actually in net total brings them closer? And I think they might have played it quite well here. I think this pit stop could be decided. I'm not sure if he's going to get there on the road before the pit stop, but I think he's definitely going to make the 106 be a bit nervous and maybe just a bit more mindful on this strategy call for the next pit stop as to when they go.
Yeah, we will certainly wait and see, but you can see just in one shot the top two are separated by maybe 10, 11th car lengths, and the gap is constantly coming down. It is now 2.6 seconds. I believe that's another 2/10 taken out of that 106 in the last sector alone. We'll see the gap as they come across the line. It's 2.4, another 2/10, and you can see from the sector times it was the same story. It was about 2 or 3/10 per sector that Ferrari was quicker than the Mercedes. They are catching, and we'll wait and see whether they can get past on the track before we get to the pit stops. But then again, do they go longer? They went longer in the first stop, and they are potentially now on better tyres, but that is going to reverse potentially then when the 106 comes in, because they will be on better tyres for the first couple of laps. So this is going to be quite an interesting battle, and I think it's going to ebb and flow throughout the race. But at the moment, Weiser is absolutely on it, and as you said, he's flying again. It was 5/6 taken out on the last lap. It was a 2-minute 20.3 to a 1:19.877. So yeah, 5/6 taken out just on that last lap alone again.
Yeah, if he can keep that plugging away, it's only going to be about 4 or 5 laps. If he keeps that kind of half a second, 5/10 gain every lap until he's right onto the back bumper of the 106. So let's see if he can actually get there. I mean, if Weiser and Maniac's Mavericks Team 2 win, that'll be an absolute... Alright, 2 separate teams, but a Maniac complete domination of wins. So... yeah, that'll be a bit of stamp of authority from the Maniacs team there. So I wonder if the 106 is really adamant to hold on to that to stop that happening, because yeah, it's a bit insane to say can enter 2 teams, and if that does happen, that'll be a hell of a feat.
Yeah, definitely. It's just one of those things. It's look how close that gap is after an hour and 25 minutes now of racing. We have a gap which is down to 1.9 seconds, and this is for the lead. We said that 106 made a fantastic move at the start of the race to be able to get themselves ahead of that 22, and Solomon was really pushing that car. He had some incredible pace, and don't get me wrong, Umbarga's pace is really quick still. It's a 1:20.1 the last lap, but Weiser a 1:19.1, another second taken out on that lap, and you can see just how close that gap is getting just from those pictures alone.
Yeah, Weiser has got the bit between the teeth and is coming for it now. I mean, Umbarga has been putting really good lap times in. It was actually Umbarga that actually got the better qualifying than Solomon. So, yeah, certainly, I think the quickest person so far in that 106 has been Nicole Umbarga. So, this is promising for the 22. But I wonder if there's just something maybe struggling, because we can see this, and from the outside, it can look like it's just straight on raw speed, but if they've got the pressures wrong, or if anything like that, this could be causing it. They could have slightly wrong pressures, bit of excessive graining, which is why they're damaging at the end. But if that was you, Reese, would you pit earlier and try to get rid of those tyres as soon as possible, then look after the next set, or would you just try to bleed it out as much as possible with this battle, and then pit so you get the most out of the tyres?
Yeah, that's a really tough one. I think personally, if I knew that I was being caught, I would try and extend the stint out for the last possible moment, and then I would dive it into the pits, because again, if you were to come in for an early stop, you know those tyres aren't going to be the best, and this same thing might potentially happen again. As we see the 106 just run a little bit wide and dip the wheels into the gravel. They know that 22 is coming and coming fast. You know, Weiser is potentially again going to be about a second quicker on this lap alone. The gap down now to 1.2 seconds. I mean, we're just riding on board with this Mercedes here. They're by no means, they're going very quick, but that 22 just has something extra right now, which is going to be able to push them forward and potentially make them come away with the lead on track. But if it was me, James, I think personally I would leave it until the last possible moment, until they are right on the back of your car, and then I would dive it into the pits and see what would happen after that.
Yeah, it's a risky call either way that you go, but that Ferrari just seems so hooked up at the moment. And you can tell by the body language, like you said, of the 106 that they are driving the wheels off that out nearly into the gravel on the exit of Piff Paff. I think they generally are struggling to counteract the pace that the number 22 have in that Ferrari right now.
Yeah, and it's always a scary sight when you know the person behind is catching, and you know there's nothing you can do about it, because the harder you push, the potential there is to make those mistakes and to run wide, and that's all it takes is just a little mistake. As we see again, Umbaja just, the back end just kicks out, and look at that, how much the 22 was able to gain. They definitely know that they're coming, because they can see the gap getting down and down and down each lap, and it is a horrible feeling. It's like being hunted by Jaws. It's the music is playing in your head, and you're really just, you've just got to keep it on the track and just keep it consistent, and that's the only thing that you can do at that particular time.
Yeah, it's so mentally draining and difficult to actually just focus on actually staying calm and doing your lap time, because you feel like you're looking at the delta, or you're looking in the mirror. You can be so distracted, so to actually maintain decent lap times is the hardest thing to do when you're in this position. So yeah, this is gonna test a bit of the mental strength of the 106 to see how much they can hold on to it. But just noticed as well, I think the 182 McLaren of one of the Maniacs teams looked like he was quite close to the back of Bauer, unless I don't know if I've just read that wrong. I could be wrong, but it looks like they're close to the Maniacs team, Mavericks team as well. But it doesn't look so when you've gone onto the onboard there, I'm afraid.
We'll have a look. That's looking back at the 182. That was, I think the car ahead of them is actually the 48, which is currently one lap down on them. So yeah, that is the 48 that's being driven by Brian Pratt at the moment, and this will be blue flags. I think they are currently a lap down on that 182. So it looks
that's
like
why I was seeing the gap.
well, from our timing screens, the gap comes up to the next car behind them. So for some, it's quite difficult to see whether it's actually a lap down car or whether they are on the same lap. So I can see what you mean from there, James.
Yeah, that's my mistake. I was just trying to keep my eye on some of the battles that's going on, and it also looks like the 79 has actually overtaken the 63. The Hayes Porsche, has it made the move on the Lamborghini?
I believe the 63 team are in pit lane at the moment. Just as we look there, yeah, they're just coming into their pit stall now. So I think the 79 will have jumped them, or will potentially jump them in the pit stop if Joe Hayes Jr. can keep up this potential pace right now. I mean, their last lap time was a 1:21.8, and I think it won't record the lap of the 63. I mean, it was a 2:30, but I think that's from being in the pits. So yeah, if the 79 can keep up the pace, potentially run this stint out just that little bit longer, they could get the run on that 63 Lamborghini, but we'll have to see how that pans out.
Yeah, and just looking at the timing tower as well, that 77 that we saw go for maybe the undercut on the 61, I think he was fighting with, hunting down. He's actually still pumping in better lap times than the 61. I'm not sure if the 61 has pitted for the second time, but if he hasn't, this will definitely bring that 77, I would say, into net, maybe P4, if the 61 hasn't pitted yet.
Yes, the 61 is still out on track. Harry Milo hasn't made that second stop just yet, I don't believe so. Jeff Spangler has taken over this 77, and you're right, James, their last lap was a 1:19.7. They are currently the quickest car out on track at the moment. The next closest car, I believe, to them, or actually, sorry, Simon Bauer is in the 2:19s as well, but the next closest car to that is the leader, which is Umbaga with a 2:20.4. So that 77 team have found some pace, and they are definitely flying at the moment. And here we see, this is what we were expecting. The 106 has decided to come in to make their second stop, potentially looking at swapping drivers back over and Solomon taking over that car again. As we see that the 22 follows them in again, and they have come in at the exact same time, so this is going to be a case of who can get that pit stop first. I believe there was actually a little bit of damage on that 22, and they seem to have dropped back quite considerably from that 106, so potentially maybe making a little bit of a mistake on that last lap, but it will definitely be a case of who can get into their box first and who can get this quicker pit stop time. They have decided to come in at the exact same time, so this puts the 22 back on strategy, as I believe that was only around about a 35-minute stint for Marcel Weiser there, so there's definitely something to look out for. I believe.
So he's short stinted on the tyres then. So he's had really strong tyres then. Do you think he underfueled to try and close that gap back on, and then put Barnett into this maybe for an hour?
That's definitely you're outsmarting me, James. That's something I didn't think about. That could potentially be what they have done is to fuel up the car to have a lighter car, on that particular stint and be able to run those quicker times, and maybe that's why we actually saw them close up to the back of that 106 car on that particular stint, because their car was a little bit lighter and on better tyres. So yeah, that could potentially be the strat, and if that was the case, that has worked pretty nicely for them, because the gap is only going to be a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it's a really strong strategy that you could use, especially as well if you felt like, I mean, naturally there is always like a stronger driver at
sorry,
certain
James.
tracks.
Just to interrupt, then it was actually a crash in Eau Rouge, and unfortunately that 22 car has 2 minutes worth of damage. Just got from the chat there.
That is unfortunate. That's going to be difficult for them to have now, because I mean, this is for the 106 to lose now. He's got this race. They can drive pretty steady, but that is pretty crushing for the 22. They've driven so well up to that, and they were lining this up to be such a good battle for the win. Other than, I think, unfortunate things happening to the 106, I think the win is now out of the question for the 22. But I hope they can make the best of it. But yeah, that's pretty devastating. It's always a difficult one to take, especially when you're fighting for the win as well.
Yeah, it's not something we like to see at all, and considering how hard they were able to push. And I did say when that car was coming into the pits that it did look like they had a bit of damage, but I didn't really think much of it. But unfortunately, this just shows that unfortunately this is Spa. It's such a quick track, and it's such a difficult track to get right each and every time. I mean, look at the two potential best teams we've had this season, the two Maniac teams. It's cut both of them out in the same corner.
Yeah, it's an unforgiving track, and with the tiniest little mistake that can cost you the entire race. But I mean, so far the 106 has been pounding out those lap times. Like, apart from the back end of that stint, has been the fastest one on track, and hasn't made that mistake yet. So, I mean, they're driving an absolute blinder at the moment. Yeah,
they really are. They've been the creme de la creme of this race, to use it lightly, and they've not put a foot wrong. They, even under the pressure of that 22 car, they didn't crack. Okay, we saw a very slight mistake running the tyres into the gravel, but it's so easy to do, and we have a look back on that. If you just have a look at the track map, the 22 is only just coming through Le Cam now. That's how big of the gap. It's almost half, I would say half, if not 3/4 of the circuit behind them.
Yeah, it's quite a devastating gap that that pit stop will do. I mean, that's going to nearly put them a lap, if not more than a lap behind. So, to be honest, they actually timed it to pit at the same time as the 106, so that did limit some of the time lost to them, but devastating still, to say the least.
Yeah, it's not a very nice thing to see at all, and condolences go out to Weiser and to Barnett. They had a fantastic race, but they're not out of it. They can still have something within this race. I mean, even after the pit stops there, they're still running P6 on track at the moment, so there is definitely still something to play for there. It does promote with the stops though. It does promote the number 007 of Austin Carpenter in that Q Branch Racing Aston Martin up to the top spot at the moment. However, I have a very strong feeling the 106 will take that top spot again once the pit stops do cycle through. Following the number 007 car, we do have the 79 of Joe Hayes Jr., who is currently still out setting pretty consistent lap times. They're lapping around about the 2:21 marks at the moment. And they have been consistent, just plucking away at the laps here, and look, they have potentially moved themselves up into a pretty good position. We'll wait and see what happens when the pit stops do cycle through. Currently in a P3, but I would say net P1 once the pit stop cycle through, is the number 106 of Ambaja, and they will be looking to pick up the lead, as we said, once these pit stops do cycle through. The 77 is behind them in 4th position. That's Jeff Spangler in that Pizza Delivery Boys white and red and green Ferrari. They have made their 2nd stop, so they are currently on strategy and will be making one more stop before the end of this race. But they've done pretty well, because they potentially netted themselves a P2 here once the pit stops do cycle through. They've really come up the field since we last spoke about them.
Yeah, they have managed to work that undercut, so they have jumped the 61, because that's who they were battling with before they pitted early on their 2nd stop. So that's played perfectly into their hands from this. And remember, this is the team as well. The 77 were the one that got that little tap and got pushed into the wall on the very start of the race. So yeah, they've had some stuff to deal with, and so far they've dealt with it really well, and huge recovery. Same with the 79 Hayes as well. They're in a strong position. They've just pitted now, so it'd be interesting to see where the 79 Porsche comes out after this kind of pit cycle, because potentially they could be in the same battle with this 77-61 car.
Yeah, it's definitely going to play out as we go through the motions of this race. We are actually going to take a quick break now. We did say we would try and schedule one on the hour-and-a-half mark, but with these pit stops being the way they are, we wanted to see how they will play through. I'm just going to pop some music onto the stream, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes, but we're just going to make sure, I'm going to top my water up and make sure my voice stays until the end of this race. So if that's what you're wondering about, I'll pop it in chat as well, but we'll be back with you guys in about 5 minutes time. welcome back, everyone. Apologies, just had to take a quick few-minute break just to sort everything out there. But we are now back and ready to go once again. We have noticed, though, while we were away, this gap between the 106 and the 77 has closed dramatically. It looks like the 106 actually has some pretty heavy damage to the front of that car. The gap is now down to 1.5 seconds. The last lap from the 106 was a 2:23. The last lap from the 77 was a 2:20.0. James, this is pretty big for the 106. They're dropping like a rock at the moment, and that 77 is going to be on the back of them in absolutely no time.
This is huge now to the race. So the the 106 has actually had looks like potentially the same issues that the Maniacs teams have had, and yeah, the 77 they had the issues like I said earlier at the beginning of the race, but they've been a little bit up to this point minor in comparison to the front running teams, and this is a hell of a comeback drive that they've done so far. And yeah, barring a mistake now, I don't want to commentate or curse them because they've driven such a good recovery drive, but this could be for the win, this overtake, if they can get it on the 106, and the 106 is going to be very vulnerable if it's nursing damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see it pit this lap if it's quite substantially affecting their lap time.
We'll have to wait and see, but this is really big for the race. I mean, as you said, that 77, they were sideways in the wall on the first lap, and here they are battling for the lead with an hour and 9 minutes to go. They're going to have a look, potentially look around the outside as we go towards Blanchimont, one of the fastest parts on the track. They're going to be 2 by 2, and the 77 is just going to be able to have that more straight line speed. The damage is affecting that 106. They managed to pull clear before they make the apex at Blanchimont, but a brilliant move to get themselves up into the lead of this race. That is fantastic.
Yeah, that's huge for them, and I'm amazed to see the 106 is still actually staying out on track with that damage. To be honest, I would have pitted. Now they know it's that severe to have dropped that spot, and with that pace reduction due to what looks to be a lot of front aero damage, most likely causing it. Eau Rouge as well could be sketchy again this lap for them if it was Eau Rouge that caused it. But yeah, the 77 capitalising massively. Now just need to drive a clean and steady race, and I don't want to jinx them, but they could be home and free. Dare I say it? But yeah, absolutely tremendous drive back by them.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal to see. As we said, they were off. They were in the wall on lap 1 potentially, and we're just hearing from Lulu in chat it was an incident between the 106 and a back marker, unfortunately. So that was what caused them to have that front end damage. As we actually see the number 7, they're going to lose second position here, as that's Michael Landry there getting past in the 007 Aston Martin. They've dropped to third position now, but I know what you said before about them getting into the pits and getting this damage sorted, but they have to think about not making another pit stop. If they can just run it for another couple of minutes and get it to the point where they can run to the end on fuel, it will be a lot better than them potentially having to come down pit lane one more time than they should.
True, that's a good call. I didn't think about that, because as well, the Merc is extremely heavy on fuel, so like some cars, I think the McLaren, for example, I think has got like a 125 litre tank and doesn't use quite as much fuel, so might be able to go to the end if they pitted now if it was a McLaren. But the Mercedes, I think, struggles at the best of time to max out a 1 hour stint round Spa due to the fuel usage, so that could be something that they're dealing with as well. But I mean, potentially I would just pit, get those new tyres on, and then just try do an extra pit stop at the end, maybe a splash and dash, because it looks like it's potentially losing them more than what maybe a pit stop might do. It's a bold way to go with the strategy, but yeah, number 7 as well, coming right up into the podium positions, up into second position. So they've stayed, apart from they've had that little incident I think with the 61 when they were battling with them earlier on in the race, apart from that they've seemed like they've stayed pretty free and clear of damage and incident. So this is playing into their hands. They didn't have the strongest qualifying from previous rounds where they've look like they've struggled maybe a little bit more just to get a grip of the new update and then the Aston round here potentially. But by driving steady and consistent, they're reaping the rewards of that.
Yeah, and as we say, they've just stayed out of trouble. They've just been able to keep. Oh, as we actually see, the 42 had lost it on the exit of Radeon. They start again. They were a team that started very strong, and unfortunately have fallen back down the order after a couple of incidents. And again, it's such a shame to see they are running now with a 30-second penalty, but they just lost it at the top of our rouge. Luckily, managed to hold the brakes, but that was definitely a scary moment as the 007 rounded the top of Radeon there.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got a 30-second penalty. Is that either a drive-through that's been converted, or is that potentially the error of the backmarker? Was it the 42 that was caught up with the 106? Because if it's nursing rear end damage, that's very, very dangerous for the Ferrari. It can make it a completely different thing to deal with. Because earlier they weren't really having that many issues through there, so. It could be potentially a little bit of damage that's just unsettling the car a bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to see if we can have a little bit of communications with our friends down in the stewards room to see what that penalty was about. Apparently I have now managed to set up a direct link with them, so we can try and get you some more information on what these penalties are actually about. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up what we kind of found out when we went on to break, is that Frederick put in chat that Joe Hayes Jr. is only 13 years old. I mean, that's just... I mean, we both just went, wow. To be able to race on a sim like this, understand the car, understand setups, be able to run that consistently, that quick, at 13 years old, that's incredible.
That's mental. Actually mental. And makes me feel old as hell as well. So, a double whammy really there. So, yeah, to be dealing with that, to be learning all the setups and learning everything like that there is to this game, and as well then added onto that being such kind of like a young head, dealing with the pressure of being in an endurance race and driver swaps and to be honest, keeping that level head, because you can't get too worked up, you can't get too aggressive sometimes in these, because you just need to play it out like the number 7 shown. Stay out of danger sometimes, even if that means a little bit of tone it down a bit on your lap time. Don't push too much. Just keep it clean and keep it safe. On a younger person, that's something that's quite difficult to tone down. So, yeah, that's an insane fact that I didn't realise. I can't believe it's 13. How is he 13?
There we go. Lost for words. You've broken James. You know, and at the end of the day, to be able to race with your dad as well, as we understand, that's pretty insane. I mean, I've tried to introduce my dad to certain technology, which hasn't gone down exactly well all of the time, so I think my dad would end up usually falling asleep by the time he came to the end of the lap. So yeah, to be able to come on sort of races like this and be involved in this kind of community, and especially to do it with your dad as well, that must be something pretty special.
I mean, yeah, that's got to be amazing to be able to do it with your dad, like you, like my dad. No, absolutely terrible. I mean, you can drive a car really well, but if I gave him one of these, gave him this sim to deal with, no, I literally wouldn't be in the team with him. He would slow me down too much. I'd get too frustrated. But to see a pairing like that, it's awesome to see. Really, really good. And they're working so well together, and driving so well. So it's working perfectly for them at the moment, because they're climbing back up from whatever issues it was in qualifying that they suffered. They are flying back through the field now. They look to have stalled just a touch, but now they are meeting kind of like the pro drivers that they would have been up with, I'm sure, if they'd have had the quality they should have had. So it does become a lot more difficult when you get up to the likes of obviously Simon Bauer and Barnett and Lazelle and Umbaja, Landry and Spangler. It's going to be more difficult for them to make headway on them, but they're driving a blinder of a race.
Yeah, and we love to see it week in, week out. We love to see these guys on the track. But just saying that, we've actually had the 106, as we cut away there, we've had the 106 come into the pit lane. So they've taken that gamble, and they now know that they can probably potentially run to the end of this race with just that one stop. So they're going to try and get that damage fixed. Yes, they'll lose some time, even more time in the pit stop now, but potentially they've mitigated the fact that they have to make another pit stop and can try and get back on strategy within this race. But just looking through from the chat, James, we did have Bryce Medding say that drive-throughs here are converted to 30 seconds, as it's a more lenient sentence than a drive-through. With the pits being so long here, I guess that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's because they're so damaging with how long the pit is. It's a nice thing to be able to have. It makes more sense. It keeps the racing closer, and it's slightly less disheartening than obviously if you had to serve the full drive-through. So I think it's a good addition into it, and that's really well done by the stewards as well. I like to hear that they do that, and just keep that inertia into the racing, keep you going, so you don't drop maybe from like first to absolute last with how bad this pit stop is.
Yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. I know there are a couple of communities who do it that way, who mitigate the drive-through, but we've had Michael Young in the chat said it was the Honda they drove last night was garbage through sector 2, but they did manage to get a good position through the race because of those drive-through, because of those 30-second penalties, which is what we are seeing here. I mean, you look at the board there, we've got 3 cars already just at any particular moment with a 30-second penalty, so it is definitely something to keep in mind as the race goes on.
Yeah, and we're down into pretty much the last hour now of the race, so you've been driving for 2 hours. Like, even if you're driving steady, it's easy to pick up like 1 or 2 like track cuts here and there. So this last hour, I wouldn't be surprised if there's quite a few teams running potentially maybe on 3 track cuts where 1 more is going to be the drive-through. So this could be quite decisive in the end, and how it all plays out in the last few minutes, because we could be seeing quite a few more drive-throughs pop up now in this last hour.
It's definitely something to keep in mind, and I think it will be in the back of the minds of all the teams as well, as they continue on through this race, is to trying to mitigate those track warnings. I remember the stint I did around here in the 24-hour race. Unfortunately for me, I was the one who managed to pick up the drive-through, and it wasn't good, especially with it being so long. When it's an actual drive-through, the tyres are killed with the heat cycle. But going back to this though, James, I mean, the gap is about 3.1 seconds between the 2 leaders, but we can see them both in one shot. This is still close at the front. We still have a battle on for the lead here. The 77, they might, I mean, I know you said they might be home dry and clear, but they cannot afford to make a mistake now. The 007 is there. They're only 3 seconds back at the moment.
Yeah, it is still all hangs in the balance. Very clear. One little mistake and you can definitely lose the 3 seconds very easy, even without damage or anything like that. Or like the back marker that obviously caused a bit of the issue with the 106. It doesn't even have to be like a contact with the back marker, just being held up slightly by no negative at all of the back marker. It could just be unfortunate timing that you come up on them. That could see that gap close to pretty much nothing. And looking at the last lap times, there was only really 2 to 3 tenths in it between the lap times of the first and second cars, the 77 and the 7. So they're lapping at a very similar pace. I mean, the advantage slightly from the last lap time is with the 77, so the momentum is there. But if that means that they're pushing a little bit harder to try and open that gap, then again the track limits could come into play as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that kind of just a little bit of the pace advantage that they currently hold for the remainder of the race.
We will definitely wait and see how this one pans out. I think it's going to be a battle to the finish. The gap now 3.3 seconds, as you said. The try to think of the word I was looking for there. The majority sort of is within the momentum, that's what I was looking for, is in the hands of the 77 with those last lap times, with Spengler being around about 8 tenths quicker on that lap. The gap now is still increasing. But you never know, as we have seen multiple times in this race. We're 51 laps in, we've got 56 minutes to go still. We're only essentially 2/3 of the way into this race. We've seen this track catch out the top teams that we expected to be fine here. So anything can happen. I am not saying a single thing. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I just want to see how this thing plays out at the finish.
That's it. I don't want to curse anyone, but I mean, I'm just keep looking down the timing sheets just to try to figure out where people are all at and stuff. And someone that's goes relatively under the radar has been the 182 of Adrian Softic. It looks like they're just going into the pits now, so I mean, it could be a little bit out of sync. I knew they were lower down and they had damage at the very beginning. That was the McLaren that we pointed out with quite heavy front damage when we caught it just on the exit of Pouon on the first lap. So be interesting to see where they're coming out at, but they look like they're working their way slightly back up the field. The most consistent, I would potentially say, like the two Astons, they've been horrendously consistent. I'd say against their little battle that they've had together as well on track, they've been in pretty much the same sort of time frame, pace, position for the majority of the race. But as well as that has been the number 63, that Lamborghini of the Mamma Mia, the Mick Schellekens and Moritz Wagner pair. They've driven an extremely smart race at the moment. To say like they know that they haven't got the pace maybe as a couple of the pro drivers. They're fighting in the pro-ams, but they're really playing a sensible race, and they're actually taking it to the pro drivers by showing them that just this clean, consistent driving really is playing into their hands. So I hope they really continue this and get a good result, because I know they've put a lot of time in. Our helping them practice a little bit. Like I say, I helped them with the setup and helped them with the practice, and I know they were struggling quite earlier on with the Lamborghini and getting the feel of it around this track. I don't think it is the best for this track, potentially, and it's a bit of a handful to drive, but yeah, they're doing a really good job with that.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. They've been just there the whole race, and as you said, just not making mistakes. Okay, they may not have the outright pace that the pro teams do have, but they're running second in class in the Pro-Am category, and as far as I know, they do have a pretty good gap back to the 721 Bentley. We'll just wait until we cross the timing lines to see what that gap is, but they're only coming through Piff Paff, I believe. Yeah, they're just coming down to turn number 16 to campus now, and that's got Tommy Coggan at the wheel of that lovely, it's more of a purple now I look at it actually, purple and white liveried Bentley, and they will be crossing the timing lines. They've got a 28-second gap back to this number 721, so they're in a comfortable position in P6 right now if they can just hold this together for the next 53 minutes.
Yeah, it's just a game of managing the gap, I think, for them now. Hopefully just like they've been doing all race. So yeah, long may it continue. And to any of the people watching who maybe drive in the OOR Sprint Series, that Mick Schellekens and Moritz Wagner team, they will be familiar voices to you if you didn't realise the names or who they are, but those two are also OOR race directors, so they're the European race directing stewards, so they'll be the people telling you and handing out the penalties in the Sprint Series. So I know they work a lot behind the scenes, doing a lot in OOR, as well as racing. So yeah, it's great to see them pushing through and having a very good consistent race in this.
Yeah, and just want to say, while we've got the opportunity, a shout out to everyone behind the scenes who make these races possible, the stewards, the race directors, everyone who is there and making these kind of events possible. We couldn't run it without you, and you guys are the backbone as to how these races run. So yeah, big shout out to everyone behind the scenes.
Yeah, none of this would be possible. No one would be able to really race in the clean ways that they do, and with everything managed, it is all live stewarded. So a lot of time and effort goes in by all of those guys. I mean, I'm pretty sure if memory serves correct, I think it's Bryce who is the current RD for this endurance series, who is an Australian gent. I think it must be like 2-3 a.m. in the morning. He stays up like all night. He races in the earlier Australia endurance, and then actually does the race director for us now in Europe. So people really do put a huge amount of time in, and the RDs and the stewards get massive praise and a thank you to them. They work tirelessly for us drivers to enjoy just the sensation of competing in these races.
Well, we've just gone on board with Michael Landry in the 007 Aston Martin. I've just popped up the hood there so you can actually see the inputs that these drivers have throughout the lap, and what particular gear they do run in throughout the course of a lap. And it's really interesting to see people's styles and the way they... Some people are very aggressive on the brakes and aggressive on the throttle. Some people are very smooth. Some people have a lot more trail braking than others. So I know mine and your driving styles from personal experience are different when it comes to, you would possibly say I was a little bit smoother on the inputs, and that may help my tyres a little bit, but then in some instances it's the slower way to be, and outright pace sometimes, you know, it can swing either way, so it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I think certain driving styles definitely favour certain cars. And just when you put that up there now, after you said it, I was watching some of the inputs, especially through Piff Paff then from Landry, and he's so smooth on the accelerator pedal. Like the input into that is so nice. Yeah, I'm sure he's looking after that car really well, and yeah, I can't match that. I'm just heavy-footed. That's why I get a lot of oversteer and I eat a lot of tyres. So yeah, I wish for that kind of input ability.
Well, it's always interesting to see people's driving styles, and I think you could just get fixated and watch this for hours, and you could just watch different people and how they turn the wheel differently. And I love watching it in the real world as well, and how different drivers just drive the same car differently, and sometimes they can be faster in different sections. And I know from racing with you, and that we may be on the same setup, and we may be in the exact same car, but we're quicker in different sections of the track just on driving style alone. So it's a massive thing to think about when these guys come racing. But again, it's just another thing that's incredible about these games, is that you can sit on board with these guys and just watch their inputs, watch their steering inputs, and just see how they're doing it lap by lap.
Yeah, I love that camera view that you're currently on there. Watching that go through Eau Rouge, Jeff Spangler was so smooth then on the inputs on the wheel, which you have to be through there. And yeah, it gives you some amazing like camera angles to be able to watch in this game. That it's so close to life, and I think with this new update now as well, it gives you a lot more feel through the wheel. You can recreate it even more so, and you can be a lot smoother than potentially you were before. But yeah, it's so good to see it, and I can just, like you said, I can sit and just watch people, and I normally do quite a while to try to learn how to potentially the best way to optimize driving a certain car around a certain track. I end up doing that quite a lot, so doing this commentary can help me.
Well, as we always say, you learn something new every day, and I'm always constantly learning things from other people, and sometimes it can just be a case of sitting on board with a lap from someone else and just seeing how they potentially do it, and how they are on the controls, how their inputs are and things like that, and you can adapt your driving style. It's like when we say when you get overtaken by someone, you can use that as a learning opportunity to see where they're running, see what lines they're running, just see where they're putting the car, and potentially you can actually learn from that and make yourself quicker over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you say, every day is a school day kind of thing. You can learn everything, so even the fastest people on this game are still learning more and more about it. So yeah, it's a never-ending cycle. Although I just see in the chat there via Jonathan Bianchi, who just warned us to stay away from him. I think there's a feeling that we're giving people quite a lot of commentator curses, so I hope we don't give one to this 77. And yeah, you've been driving a decent race, I think, Bianchi. Is that the 242? Is it from memory, or am I mistaken? It's a Ferrari, I'm pretty sure, but I just can't remember the...
Yes, I think it's the 242. It's the Snack Pack Racing NA Ferrari, the Snack Pack Racing North American Ferrari. They are currently in P16, running just in front of the 333 of Lulu Barefoot, and they're about 18 seconds down on the 48 of Dylan Kaiser. So yeah, they've had a strong race. I know we've I know we've given them some screen time, and unfortunately sometimes that can be a curse. But we have to try and cover everyone, and we try and talk about as many people as we can in these, and at least just give someone a mention at some point throughout the stream. So we do apologise, but it's the least we can do.
But he was involved in that crazy battle in the first stint, and there was about 5 or 6 cars involved in it all the time, and he dealt with that really well. So yeah, there's definitely proving yourself tonight as well, guys. So as much as, yeah, we don't want to give you a commentator curse, we're giving you a bit of airtime, show people how well you're doing, but you've shown that yourself as well in the first stint, and that battle was amazing to watch. And I think you kept out of it with, even if you did have a little bit of damage, it was only very minor. So yeah, you handled that very well.
Oh, I think Alex Crawford's just popped in chat that I think he actually meant the 333, Alex and Lulu, to stay away, not us, because they are stable mates, and they actually convinced them to join the race tonight, and they're a position ahead. So, so they're actually beating the 333 at the moment. So, yeah, it could mean either thing for us. We interpret that as to not give them any screen time, which we're currently doing. But yeah, it's a great driving from everyone involved. It is difficult to do these 3-hour races, especially if you are new to the endurance format. But everyone has just seemed to take it in their stride, and we've had some pretty good racing throughout the whole field, to be honest.
Yeah, we have, certainly. I've just noticed, just where you're thinking about the cars, I haven't seen the 911 for a little while. It looked like they're just going into the pit stop. Does the Porsche of Andy Meyer. So they're running about mid-pack at the moment, so it looks like they've been struggling a little bit maybe with the Porsche through Spa, because they've been a lot stronger on some of the other tracks. So I don't know if they've had any kind of issues. I mean, it might have just been something with this update being as large as it is. You know as well as I, if you're away, you could have been away on holiday for a week or whatever, and then you've come back to this, you could have had a limited amount of time of testing, and it's a completely different beast to kind of get hold of. The cars feel completely different. So it could just be that, then they're just trying to manage it as much as they can. But yeah, hopefully they'll continue and keep climbing up the ranks, because I know they've been driving really well in a lot of the other races prior to this as well. So yeah.
Well, I was going to say, just as we see that, we've got the pretty much the top 4, apart from the number 7 of Michael Landry, who have come in to make their stop. That will include the number 77 of Jeff Spangler. They're in to make their final stop. You can see them just in their pit box there as they actually get moving now. So this will be a close fight between that 77 and the 007 to see who can come out on top, because I know the gap was around about 3 seconds. All it takes is someone just to very slightly miss their marks and drop a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there, and that could be the difference between first and second place. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, I kind of agree a little bit with the number 7's decision here to stay out, because when so many go in like that, it's going to struggle to gain much in the pit stop if he goes in with them. It's a direct fight for fight. So I like the bold strategy change to be like, throw all the cards on the table and just change it up a little bit. As we see, they're just going into the pits now, but obviously they've just left it that lap later. It might be worse for them, but it might benefit them just that little bit more. So I like to see them just going against the norm of everyone else. Just roll the dice and let's see where this actually plays out when the pit stops are finished.
Yeah, we will definitely keep an eye on that. And as we see, as you say that, the 007 has come in to make their stop. So just that lap later, it could make all the difference if that which one were we looking at? It was the 77. I was looking at the 106 for some reason. They've currently down in P4. They've made their final stop as well. But that 77, he currently handed it over to Sam Sneltren, who will be taking the lead of that car for the final 42 minutes of this race. We will keep a close eye. They're just coming through. This will be Campus now in towards Stavolo, and that number 007 is coming towards their box, so they will be stationary for around about 30 seconds. I think this might get quite close, James.
Yeah, I think it's certainly going to be close. I don't really know how to choose it. At the moment, I kind of think the Ferrari might just edge it out. They had about a 4-second lead, I think, before the pit stops actually went in and cycled. So they had a little bit of a comfort margin, but just lining it up on the pit blocks could like minimise and nullify that. So just waiting as they go around exit bus stop now, just going up towards La Source. We'll see when they come down and head into Eau Rouge and Rabion whereabouts the 007 is when it's exiting the pits. But I think this is going to be extremely tight. I think we could see a rundown into Le Com if the 007 have got a clean pit stop here.
Well, we will definitely see. We're just waiting to see if that 007 icon is moving. It looks like they're still stationary at the moment as the 77 comes through. There they are, just to the left. I think it's going to be an easy lead for that 77. They did try it, and it was a good strategy to try. If they could have maybe got out ahead with that Ferrari being a little bit slower on the outlap, it could have worked, but I think they maybe just needed a couple more laps to be able to do that. But they have come out, and then the gap is going to be extending as they go down the Camel Straight, because that Ferrari will be carrying more momentum, but once that 007 gets the tyres up to heat, of course we've got two different drivers in now as to what we had before. We had two different drivers. Sorry, yeah, they've both changed drivers. Just looking at it there, so we've got Sneltren and Austin Carpenter has taken over that 007 Aston Martin. So we will definitely see if their pace is different to the counterpart drivers, and this could potentially play into it as well. I think the gap as we go around is going to be about 5.3 seconds. So to be honest, James, it's not actually dropped a lot more than I think it was before they made their final stops.
No, to be honest, it doesn't look like they've lost anything, and it was all for them to gain. So that's why I like them doing that strategy. It's always good just to change it up and just risk it, because at the moment they've got a bit of a gap back to P3, so they're okay with that. So it wasn't a huge risk that they were going to lose the P2, but it's worth trying it, and they haven't lost much out to P1, so now it's just push for the last 40 minutes of this race and see if they can close the gap. But they're going to have to do it on the track, which is what we love to see.
Absolutely. We don't like to see a race decided by the pit stops. I mean, I certainly don't. We like to see the battle happening out on track, and we'll see what kind of pace that 007 Aston Martin, what Austin Carpenter can get out of that car. We will look as their lap time cycle through over the next couple of laps. We will keep you updated on that gap. Currently, though, the outlap is going to be a little bit slow. That gap now up to 6.2 seconds. So that's what that 77, the 77 of Sam Sneltren has a lead over the 007. It's going to get really confusing if it carries on like that.
Yeah, and I've just seen as well, Dave Hassar's put in the chat, and I will just monitor it on the timing towel, that P3, the fight is on for P3 potentially here. I think the 106 is on the recovery after their issue. The P3's pitting now, so I'm sure the 106 is already pitted, so I'm not sure whereabouts exactly that is on the track, but it should be pretty close, I think, because they were quite close on the road before, or the 106 pitted, so be interesting to see the fight for P3 and how that pans out.
Yeah, we will have a look going on here. I think it was for P3 in the Pro-Am, or whether that was overall, I'm not too sure about that. As we do have a drive-through being issued to the number 42, I think we will see that being converted into a 30-second penalty. We see if we can get an update from the steward's office in regards to that one. But yeah, the gap now opened up between the top two. It's now 7 seconds with Sneltren putting in a 2:20.1 on that last lap. So it looks, James, like he's got the tyres up and going. It looks like he's pretty much nailed that first couple of laps.
Yeah, that is the advantage of obviously undercutting slightly. By the time that the number 7 came out onto track, the number 7's on cold tyres, still trying to get them warmed up, still trying to be nervous, whereas number 77's already completed 1 lap. They've had time to try to bed it in. They had a couple of seconds in to play with to be able to do that. They've maximised that, and now they're up to optimum temperatures with the tyres. They're in good condition. They'll probably be lower fuel because they're pitted with about 40 minutes left, so the car's not as heavy as it was before, so it's not going to eat as much out of the tyres. So I think he's going to be on maximum attack right now and just maximising that gap probably for the next couple of laps, and then I would imagine he'll just stabilise it a little bit and try to ride it out to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just looking back at the gap between the 63 and the 71. I think it was Dave Hassel was mentioning. but the 63 has just gone up the top of Radio now, and the 721 is only just coming out the pit lane. So the 63 is able to keep what I believe will be net P2 in the Pro-Am category once this all cycles through. Everyone has actually now made their final stops, so the 721 and the 667 are the last cars. Oh, sorry, the 667 is the safety car. I've just looked. It was the 721 was the last car to complete their final stop. So now everyone will be running to the end. I believe, apart from the 333 of Lulu Burfoot, I believe they're out of sequence, if I seem to remember from the chat. I think they've got one more stop to make still, so expect them in probably over the next couple of laps for a splash and dash to get to the end. And they are currently running down in P17 at the moment.
Yeah, they've had their trials and tribulations this race of the 333, so yeah, kind of condolences for them. It's always difficult to deal with it, but they're soldiering on, and they're still putting in decent and very good, respectable lap times. They've probably got the bit between the teeth. Like, I like how they've kind of got like a bit of a rivalry with the 242. Like they said in chat, convincing them to come into drive for this race, and now they're actually in a battle with them. And just looking at the time, they were lapping a little bit quicker than them. I'm not quite sure that exactly what the gap is between them, but it'd be nice. It'd be good to see if they could have a little bit of a friendly battle on track come the end of the race.
Yeah, we will wait and see as we're into the final 35 minutes of this race. Alex has just told us in chat that they are back on schedule now, but they are resigned to P17 at the moment. So that car is back on schedule now with the pit stops, and they will, I think Lulu will be running this to the end. And that will see them through to the finish of this race. He says the car is okayish in clean air, and it really does not like following other cars. And that's something else, actually, now you mentioned that, Alex, that I wanted to put forward to you, James, is the dirty air with this update. It really seems that they've increased the effect that the dirty air has on the aerodynamics of your car, and you just can't follow as closely as you used to be able to.
Yeah, I think it's had a pretty huge effect. I think they've focused quite a lot on it in the update, so especially the cars that are quite heavy on the downforce, or at least are very heavily affected by the downforce, which, as I touched on earlier, at least the Honda used to be pre-update. I've not driven it or tried it after, but yeah, because it was very sensitive to certain kind of aero balancing settings, it'll probably get a lot of wash and wake from the dirty air, which will really make it even more challenging to drive. So yeah, I wouldn't like to be like that. I know the McLaren is struggling as well because of that front end downforce that it has. It's got quite a lot, so that's quite difficult in the dirty air. So it's just an extra dynamic that's even stronger now for the teams to have to deal with when going for the overtake and trying to get it. That's why I think a lot of people in the last hour or so have been focusing a little bit more on trying to get the pit strategy sorted and try to jump them in the pits and get that clean air, because that's actually a more beneficial, safer and easier way to try and get the pass done.
Yeah, it's definitely affected it from personal experience. I can feel a lot more the sort of dirty it has on the aero of the car when you are following that closely. I'm just looking back from the back here of Tommy Cogan's car. This is the 721 Bentley, and they are currently being caught by Catan in that 182. Oh, as I say that, curse again. The 182 goes off. I believe they just got it a little bit wrong going into campus there and just lost the back end, and that has allowed the 721 Bentley to pull away. Unfortunately, I thought we were going to get a little bit of a battle there, but once again on the exit of campus, it's just so easy to do to maybe run the curb a little bit too much, and especially in something like the McLaren, which is going to really bite you if you do get on the curbs too much there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they watch the stream back, they blame that on dirty air, since we were just talking about it and I mentioned that the McLaren suffers from it. I mean, it very much could be, because it's so easily unsettled, and the McLaren is so heavily dependent on that, and as you know, it can bite quite heavily in corners such as that, so it's an easy thing to do, just touching a little bit more curb, just unsettle it and rotate the rear. So yeah, unfortunately they've had that to happen. It would have been good to see if they can close the gap back down to that 721. They've still got another 30 minutes to do it, so if they push on, I'm sure it's within their reach to be able to try and do that.
Well, while we were saying that, James, look at the gap for the lead. I didn't even realise until we cut back to it. It's down to just 0.4 of a second as they went across the start-finish line. The 007 Austin Carpenter has been able to close up to the back of that 77 Ferrari, and we're just going to ride on board at the back of that Ferrari, looking at the Aston, and potentially we could see a change of the lead here in the next few laps if they've been able to catch that much. But then again, what you're saying is running in the dirty air, you're going to ruin your tyres, you're going to put more stress on the car trying to push yourself through that dirty air. So it's going to be really interesting to see what can happen here. But with half an hour to go, 31 minutes to go, we're about to have a mega fight for the lead, I think.
Yeah, just looking in the chat, it looks like the leader went off. It's run wide or something on one of the corners when we've been away, so that's caused the gap to drop. But I mean, if you see that as second place, you're in that number 7 Aston, and you see that issue. Honestly, do you think about dirty air, or you just see the opening and you're just going to absolutely full push now because you can see the win ahead of you?
Oh, I think the 007 Aston will be in full send mode now. They can see that all they have to do is get past that 77 Ferrari, and they are in the lead of this race with only half an hour to go. They don't have to worry about pit stops, they don't have to worry about strategy. They can just push the car as hard as they can right now, and it seems to be that they're just starting maybe to close up to the back. It seems to be about stable. We're hearing, as you said, the leader went off. It was 8 seconds when we did cut back to it, and now it is literally under a second for the lead. So we'll see what these guys can do, whether that 77 is just a little bit quicker, but that puts the pressure back on, is that he knows he can't make another mistake now. Sam knows that he just has to try and push each and every lap to get that gap back up to where it was.
Yeah, I mean, if he's hopefully he just went off and kind of went onto the grass or just cut across something like that. But if he's had like a moment, like a spin or anything like that, or Blanchimont, because it's such a fast, high-speed corners, normally the ones that you lose it at here, so Blanchimont, Pouon, and Eau Rouge and Radion, he could be plagued with flat spots as well. So that could be something that right now he might be able to drive through, but in 10 minutes' time, that could start really affecting the tyres as well. So, I mean, we may see his pace drop depending on how bad that little incident was that he's had and gone off with.
Yeah, if it was as we say, if it was a big incident, then it could potentially look at flat spotting those tyres, as you said, and potentially ruin the tyres. Any sort of slide is not what you want to see in these final stages, because you know right now that you just have to try and push with the tyres that you've got, and the more you slide the car, the more the tyres are going to start to wear, and you're going to really start to struggle with them. So yeah, it will be a case of I think Snell Trent is just starting to pull that gap back up now. It's now back up to 1.4 seconds, but it's that added fear of, I've made a mistake, I can't afford to make another one now, because that Aston is right there to take it.
Yeah, mental games are going to play in. He's going to be feeling the pressure now, to be honest. Carpenter doesn't really, he needs to push to stay with him, but I wouldn't say he could potentially get away with, as long as he stays in the mirrors, stays visible at all times. So like where he is kind of now, maybe a touch closer, then like you say, the 77 Snell Trent's going to be looking behind and thinking, right, if I make another mistake, he's not only on me, he'll be past me. So you unconsciously start just shaving off, like you add on those tenths of a second, because you don't want to be as committed into the corner and risk losing it and risk losing the position, which can cause Carpenter to be able to close right back up on him. So yeah, I think the mental games could play into this, and we'll see who it favours.
Yeah, just having a look at their lap times over the last couple of laps. We do have Salomon, who is still in the 2:19, be at a 2:19.9, but he is the only car on track at the moment to be able to get into those 2:19.9s, and that was a second quicker than what that 007 Aston did. So he is potentially looking to close that gap, and if it stays that way, if he is able to stay a second consistently faster a lap, it could be that the gap does actually come down towards the end of this race. We will, as I said, have to wait and see, but it will certainly be quite an interesting event if that 106 is able to claw itself back and potentially move back up to P2.
Yeah, I mean, if we could have a three-way fight in the last 5 laps, that would be such a fitting end to this race. And yeah, they've put their head down, knuckle down, and really recovered after the incident they had, because I'm sure they dropped down to about P4 on the road before they even served the pit stop with that damage. And obviously they must have repaired that damage, and I would guess minimum that was probably an extra 30 seconds in the pit stop. So they've taken quite a big hit. And just behind them as well, I can see, I mean, there's a bit of a gap to it, but is the Maniac Mavericks 1 car, so the other Mercedes, like, just a little bit behind Jaramello, but Jaramello has that penalty there, so it could promote the Mercedes up. Still doing their recovery to say they dropped right to the back. They've had to charge through, but it looks like they've stagnated a little bit. They don't seem to have that pace that Salomon is finding in Mercedes. So yeah, they've had a difficult race this time out, although they are the champions. But yeah, Salomon's definitely showing them how to go on in the Mercedes round here.
Yeah, definitely. Salaman's pace once again, a 2:19.875. Only the leader of Sam Snell train was in the 2:19s, and that was a 2:19.847, so just very, very slightly quicker. And Austin Carpenter a 2:20.2, so about 4/10 slower than the first and third place. But we'll wait and see what happens. I mean, I'm not putting bets on anything right now. From what we've seen during this race, I think it still could be anyone's game, depending on who can just keep it on the track and not make that mistake at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's going to come down to the crunch, because I wonder if Carpenter, that last lap that you'd looked at previously, I wonder if he's had a little bit of an issue or run wide or something, because he's definitely come back down to be matching more the leader's pace there. So it strikes to me like he'd had a little bit of an issue, just relieving a little bit of that pressure on the back of the 77 of Snell train, so giving him a little bit of breathing room that he probably didn't want to do. But it's good if he maintains the pace that he's at now currently. It's going to be difficult for the Salomon, the 106 car, to catch up. But just looking as he crossed the line there, he was 0.8 of a second slower than he was the lap before, so he's back into a 2:21.0. So it seems like he's fluctuating a little bit of pace. I wonder if he's struggling with the balance of the car or something this far on into the race, or just a general bit of fatigue. So I mean, the leaders of the 77 Snell trains keep him very steady and actually a little bit quicker this lap than he was last lap. So he's staying super consistent. So, I mean, barring he makes another mistake, he definitely seems to have the pace at the moment.
Yeah, and don't forget, things can always change throughout the stint. You can get the car at the start of the stint and be really happy with the balance, be really happy with the tyres, and then by the end, it all of a sudden starts to feel horrible once the balance actually goes out of the car. As I've just seen Jaramillo actually drop on the timing screens, they've actually spun it on the entry into the pits, it seems to be, that was going through the bus stop chicane. Oh, it was trying to get into the pit lane. If you just saw there, just catch it on the replay. They just clipped that tyre bundle at the start of the pits. This is not what they wanted. Don't forget, we've only got 23 minutes and 34 seconds of this race remaining. They're going to try and get back out onto track, I believe. Oh no, they've actually come back into the pit lane now after what looked like a 3-point turn, and maybe they would do another stop anyway, but that's really not what they wanted at all. They're going to potentially have to fix that damage. The front end of that car really doesn't look very good at all now. You can see the front's all busted up there.
Yeah, it's such an easy thing to do. He's just made the tiniest little clip with the rear end. To be honest, he won't think it now, but in a way he was slightly lucky because it spun the car completely into 180, so he could drive kind of back out of the pits and come back round. But had it before where it just has gone completely parallel and he's had to do an Austin Powers style like 3-point turn. But the car is certainly extremely damaged. He's even struggling to get it down pit lane, as we saw him just moving it down there, bouncing a little bit off the barriers. So yeah, definitely worse for Ware Aston there from just ever so small error. So a shame for them. I don't think he'd have had to come in if he hadn't have had to serve the penalty, so probably feels a little bit like a double whammy, so just unfortunate.
And I wonder whether they had already possibly picked up damage before that, because they were still travelling quite slowly on entry to the pits, and that car looked like it had some substantial damage from maybe an incident earlier, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. I just wanted to keep you updated on the gap to the lead. It has actually dropped to 2.7 seconds. The last lap from Snelltram was a 2:20.6, and that 007 Aston put in a 2:20.4. So they are still. I mean, this fight is potentially still on if Austin Carpenter can just try and keep pace and keep consistency with that 77. The more the time winds down and the more the laps wind up, the more pressure goes onto that 77, because they know they just have to try and make it to the end.
Yeah, that's it. It's just gotta stay cool, calm, and collected till the end. Rarely does the 77. I mean, if they win this, to be honest, I hope they do. With the start that they had, and just recovering back the way that they have, they've driven an amazing race. So I really do hope that they get the just desserts for driving such a good race as well with that. So yeah, hopefully they'll keep pounding away at those laps, but they're doing a stellar job at the moment. But I'm just also keeping my eye on, I've just seen the chat as well from Dave Hassar that the battle maybe looks to be around the number 63, 721, 182. Definitely spicing up around there now, as it looks like 7th and 8th position. Moritz Wagner is going to have to defend now to Tommy Kogan in the 721 Bentley.
Yeah, we've just cut back to this battle now with the horrendously coloured Lamborghini, the Mamma Mia team, driven by Moritz Wagner, and that's the number 63 Pro-Am Lamborghini. Yeah, they are currently dropping a little bit of pace. It was a 2:22.8 to a 2:21.4 by the 71 Bentley on the last lap, so they are dropping that little bit of pace. Whether there's maybe a little bit of consistency issues with that number 63 at the moment, and the 721, they look like they've got a good exit out of Radion. As we watch them now down the Kemmel Straight, the Bentley's going to pull out of the slipstream to the inside, and he's going to try and clear that Lamborghini potentially before they get to Lecombe. He's going to be alongside still as they go down into the braking zone, and he's able to get later on the brakes and move himself up into the lead of Pro-Am. Let's not forget that was the battle for the lead of Pro-Am, so that's the 721 up into an overall P7, but potentially they have clenched the win for Pro-Am, providing they don't make any more mistakes.
The top speed on that Bentley then down the Kemmel Straight, I can't believe he actually cleared him fully beforehand, but I also think a little bit like Moritz might have just been playing a little bit safe there. Could have held the defensive line on the inside, but you touched on it before, a little bit of consistency and stuff. I think they were just managing that a little bit, but amazing move by the 721, flying on the exit there. Can they close in at all? I think it's the number 22 ahead, so that's going to be a hell of a challenge for them to close in if there is a realistic gap to ahead of them. But they were struggling with that, trying to get into the 63, trying to get close up to the 63 on the pit stop. They closed it down to I think it was about 12 seconds when they exited the pit at the start of this stint, with about 35 minutes to close that gap down, and in just 15 minutes they've closed that 12-second gap down, and not only that, but overtaken them. So they're definitely on a charge in that Bentley.
Yeah, they're really looking strong at the finish of this race. They're going to net a potential P7 overall. I think the 22 will just be a bit too far up the road. They're coming up to the bottom of Eau Rouge now, so yeah, it's about 2 straights behind at the moment is that 721. The 22 is just that little bit too far ahead, I think, to be able to close that gap. However, the 22 is now closing up to the back of the 79 of Joe Hayes Jr. Hayes Jr. put in a 2:23.9 on that last lap, and that was matched by a 2:20. Exceeded by a 2:21.1 from Marcel Weiser. So they are closing the gap. Gap now is down to 3.8 seconds. I believe it was 5 seconds a couple of laps ago. So they are closing up to the back of this 79 team. But once again, as we said it before, Hayes Jr. This kid is only 13 years old, and he's potentially looking at fighting someone who, you know, has been so quick throughout the whole season, that 22 car at the end of this race. And I mean, I don't know what he's feeling inside that car right now, but I think he's just got to try and hold his nerve the best he can, and just try and potentially defend. Although whether it's worth risking it this late in the race, whether you just want to get to the end. We'll wait and see their game plan, but that gap is closing over the next time in line. I believe it will be coming down just that little bit more each lap.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his dad there, hopefully, most likely in his ear, just keeping him calm, keeping him steady, keeping him focused on just maintaining those decent lap times. Because, I mean, he can afford to bleed a little bit of time to the 22 per lap, but as long as it's manageable till the end and he don't feel that stress. But I mean, the defending, I know the kid in me, I'd be Fernando Alonso in that Porsche. It'd be the widest Porsche on Spa track ever, I think, at this sort of time after a 3-hour race. I mean, come hell or high water, I am having this position and I'm maintaining it, I think, if that's me. So I would expect a very difficult overtake from Weezer if he's going to have to make it stick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going to say, James, I think your car is the widest car just all the time from whenever I've raced you. So, yeah, he will definitely be having words of advice. I'm sure his dad is either beside him or in his ear telling him to keep it calm, to keep it smooth, and just sometimes it's just those encouraging words of advice that you need to be able to get through to the end of this race. Gap is now down to 1.5 seconds as we come up towards the Kemmel Straight, although just looking from that, I actually think the 22 lost it going up Eau Rouge there. Let me just see if I can get a replay of that one. They seem to have dropped back. I was expecting them to come around onto the Kemmel Straight, but it's not actually happened. We can just have a look at the replay here. This is Marcel Weiser. We'll ride on board with him now as he goes up the top of Eau Rouge. Does he just have a moment? He just runs a little bit wide. Oh, into the wall. That's going to be pretty heavy damage on that car. If you have a look onto the left side of that machine, unfortunately, I think, James, he just ran a little bit wide just coming up the hill, and it's just threw him offline. And when you're offline into those marbles, it's impossible to stay on the track, especially at a corner like Eau Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, I think he's seen that, been chasing that carrot, and got the adrenaline juices flowing, and really sent it into Eau Rouge. And just unfortunately, he's probably just been a millimetre or a couple of millimetres just slightly offline than what he needed to be able to take that comfortably flat. And yeah, it looks like the way that it over-rotated in like the oversteer kind of manner with the back end stepping out, it looks like he probably lifted to try and save it. And that, in fairness, probably just created the crash a bit more. But he looks like he's struggling to drive it now as he runs wide on the exit of Piff Path. I think that's nursing some serious damage. So literally just before that, I was going to say that Joe Hayes Jr., I think he's actually nursing damage himself with the Porsche, just looking at his lap times, because they weren't lapping at that earlier. So I was going to say this is all positive for the 22 to be able to get through, and then yeah, just ran it too wide on the way into Eau Rouge and had that snap and some serious damage into Radion. So unfortunately, their day goes from bad to worse, to say they were fighting for the win in the beginning of this race.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen quite a few, if not most of those top teams have issues today, which has kind of mixed up the field a bit. Maybe some people we wouldn't expect to see up the top, but as I said, it's always good to see these teams really do perform, and unfortunately for the top guys, it hasn't gone their way today. And this is what we say about Spa. I was saying before about the 721 of Tom Hinck-Hogan in that Bentley, in that punt and run 721 Pro Am Bentley. I was like, oh, they won't have a shot at the 22 because the gap's a little bit too big. But now they are looking at a potential P6 if the damage is substantial enough on that 22. I mean, the 22 Weiser has decided to stay out for this lap. I think he will probably be seeing what the damage is and seeing if he can just nurse that car home for the final 13 minutes of this race. But yeah, that 721 Bentley, if they can keep it up now, they're potentially looking at P6 if the damage is strong enough.
And that's an amazing finish for a Pro-Am, getting up there, staying out of trouble. Yeah, they've driven a blinding race so far, that 721, and fully deserved P6 if they get it there. But it's very difficult times for the 22 for Weiser, as you don't want to go into the pit because you know it's going to cost you loads of time in the pits, but equally you don't want to stay out because this damage is quite severe. And I mean, by the looks of it, he's got, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe around 15 to 20 seconds gap, but that, I think that'll drastically be closing.
yeah, gap already now down to 16.5 seconds, back to that 7.21 Bentley of Kogan. The gap is closing all the time. We'll have a look and keep you updated on Vice's lap times as he does come across the line, but I think, James, it will be off the pace. I mean, if we just ride on board, you can see just how hard he's working that car. You can see that wheel moving, you know, through these corners. That he was fighting it just on the exit of campus there. It was pretty stable through Stavelot, so we'll see what the deal is as we on the run up towards Blanchimont. But yeah, I think they're carrying some pretty heavy damage on that 22 right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a pig to drive. So, I mean, do you pit? If you're in that, would you pit? I think potentially I would, just for pure enjoyment out of the last few laps. I want to be able to drive a car that's going to drive. Or what would you do?
If it was me personally, I'd be still weighing up the potential of the damage right now, just seeing what those lap times are. Let's not forget, I did have to run about 50 minutes in that 24-hour race on a completely flat-spotted set of tyres after I decided to have a little bit of a moment coming out of the top of Radion. So, as we said, it can happen to anyone, because I'm not always one to make mistakes. I do think I'm quite good usually, but yeah, always lose it again. That's pretty much what I did, to be honest. Unfortunately, it's just so unstable at the top of Eau Rouge, at the top of Radion, sorry. And I think, unfortunately, now those guys, I think they will have to make a pit stop now. I don't think there's much more that they can do. That car is going to be very, very heavily damaged.
Yeah, I think when you've taken that hit like the first one, that's the area where it's going to get you. It's going to be Eau Rouge and Radion for the second time, which, yeah, it's proved that the damage is very substantial on that car, and it's a handful to drive. So, yeah, unfortunately, I think the right decision was to pit, but it's such a difficult decision to actually make in the heat of the race. You don't want to give up the position. You feel like you should fight for it on track instead of just gifting it in the pits. So,
I mean, you can see as well the steering is bent as they were going down the straight. That wasn't a centered wheel at all. I think there is definitely steering damage on that 22, and it was the 721 that went past it in that sequence of corners at the com. They have moved themselves up into P6, and they will be looking to hold on to that. I believe they do have a pretty good gap. Yeah, it's about 7.6 seconds back to that 63 Lamborghini, so they've been pulling away from them lap by lap. But yeah, unfortunately, I think for that 22 car, unfortunately, I think they will have to pit. If not, they might just be parking it here. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, they've done a return to garage. I don't think there was much hope of trying to get that car back to pit lane.
Yeah, I think sadly they've realised that if they were to pit and do everything, they're still going to go like a lap down and be dropped right down. So, yeah, it's been a mixed bag for them. Started off really well, then they had a few issues, and it can quickly spiral out of control and become quite damaging very quickly at Spa. It's an unforgiving track, as I said at the beginning. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but they gave it everything. And they still have fastest lap, so he can hold his hand up with that with a 2-minute 18.6. So still a stonking lap by them, and they can hold that hopefully till the end, and it gives them a little bit of pride out of the end of the race. But just keeping my eye on with the lap times, it looks like the 182 is significantly quicker than the 63. So again, the 63, that amazing start that they made, stayed out of trouble, no issues, but the other cars that had issues earlier on are just slowly trying to grind their way back up. I'm not sure what the gap is actually to the 63 ahead of the 182, but I can just see that they're nearly a second to 2 seconds a lap quicker is the 182 at the moment.
Yeah, gap is currently now down to 3.7 seconds as we ride on board here with Leonard Catan in that Maniac refueled 182 Pro McLaren as they come down the Kemmel Straight. You can see, I think that's the Lamborghini of... Yeah, that is the Lamborghini up ahead. That is the 63. That is their target. That's their prey. That's the spot they want to have by the end of this race, and they're gonna be looking to have it. Although I've just seen on the track map, the 77, the leader, isn't far away from putting them a lap down. And it could potentially play into the battle here with blue flags, as you can use the blue flags to your advantage. I think by the time that 77 catches up to this group, they will be pretty much right on the back of each other. So yeah, this battle is going to hot up. They are currently about 2 seconds a lap quicker, but 1.8, 1.9 seconds quicker that lap alone than that 63 Lamborghini. So they will be looking to close that gap over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, he had the little spin, did Catan earlier on, and they out of the corner just before Stavlo. So yeah, he's going to have a little bit between his teeth, but he's probably going to be a little bit conscious of not making that mistake again, because he's only got like about just over 7 minutes now remaining of the race. So he needs to maximise every single lap to close this down to actually have a shout, because it's one thing catching onto the back of the Lamborghini, but then he needs to size it up and get the overtake done within the time. So you're only going to have maybe 3-4 laps at an absolute push left in this race, so he's got to make every lap count.
Yeah, he absolutely will, and you can see that gap as they come up to lapped traffic. I believe that is the 48 Porsche of Brian Pratt, that sort of cream and black, sort of off cream colour, I'd say, and black Porsche. But yeah, you can see that gap there. Gap is now down to 1.4 seconds. Although, James, I wasn't mistaken before, that 182 now has a 10-second penalty.
Yep, that's I wasn't aware of that before, unless I just missed it. But yes, 10-second penalty. So to be honest, the 63 doesn't really even need to defend this. He can. I mean, I probably would, depending on how quick the McLaren gets up to him. But if we can hold him off for 1 or 2 laps afterwards and just stay within that 10 seconds, they're still comfortable in that position. So I wouldn't imagine them putting up a really feisty defence, because they wouldn't want to get punted off, I don't think.
Yeah, it's about weighing up the pros and cons. I think the advantages and disadvantages of putting up a fight to the car in front, but you can just see they do actually still have that lapped car. It's the, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't actually think, sorry, it wasn't the 48, it was the 402. That's Dan Lofts, who is currently a lap down to these guys. He will get out the way as they go through No Name, and you can just see how close that gap is. You can see they know that they have to get past as soon as they possibly can. You see how much, as they actually lose it, big snap into Puan. So easy to happen in that McLaren. Unfortunately, just got a little bit too greedy on the throttle, and it unfortunately just snapped. Managed to put on the window wiper as well there, as he was scrambling around to get back onto the track. They're going to have to turn that off. But yeah, unfortunately it's just one of those things that happens in the McLaren. I think they weren't expecting, Catan wasn't expecting that 62 Lamborghini to be so, the 63 Lamborghini to be so slow on the exit of Puan, and I think it just threw him offline, and unfortunately the car just snapped.
Yeah, I think he obviously had his bit between his teeth, because you could see from the driving style as they went through No Name the difference in aggression. Like the 63 just kind of brushed the curb gently and just rolled it round, whereas the 182, he ate all the curb. He was on a mission to come and get that. And yeah, I think the overspeed through Puan, because the McLaren's got so much more aero grip and downforce, it's a lot more stable and comfortable through Puan, so he's probably going to be quicker considerably than the Lamborghini around that corner. So I think he came round, was shocked by like the mid-corner apex speed and exit speed of the Lamborghini in comparison to himself. That yeah, in fairness, it looks like instead of actually hitting the Lamborghini, he chose to try and move out of the way, and at those sorts of speeds on that kind of corner with that loading on the tyre, it does just cause the car to spin and just jolt offline. So I mean, it's a nice bit of racing respect to see, in fairness, that he was to jolt out of the position instead of hit another car, but very unfortunate to see him just lose it there.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really easy to do in that McLaren. It can snap at the best of times, never mind when you're in the dirty air, and unfortunately sometimes things that you don't expect happen. But just looking at the gap actually for third place at the moment, we do have Solomon. There is damage on their car from the looks of our screens, but I think they fixed it. I think it's just the game not syncing the damage, because Solomon right now is pumping in some really, really good laps. I mean, we are 2 minutes 51 away from the end of this race, and he is still within the 220.1. Look at the lap time from the previous look at the lap time from the number 7, the number 007 Aston, who is in second place. They were doing a 221.5, so that is 1.4 seconds quicker over the last lap, and that gap is now down to 6 seconds. I know we only potentially have 2 more laps in this race, but he has done a mega job, because that gap, I think, was over 20 seconds at the start of this stint.
Yeah, he's been pushing like mad. Really pushing that blooming Merc around here. They've had obviously amazing pace all the way through this race. They just had that unfortunate incident I think Eau Rouge, with the backmarker, sorry, that obviously cost them a lot of time. But it is staying true to how they started this race, just pumping in ridiculously good lap times and really closing in. Unfortunately, I don't think he's got enough time. There's only, I think, going to be 1, maybe 2 laps remaining of this late race, and that is a really big ask. But they're trying it. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. So fair play to them for going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been on it so much over the course of this race, and as you said, yeah, just unfortunately a couple of little incidents that did put them back, but they are still in P3, and that gap is ever coming down to the 007. I just think they're going to run out of laps. It's now down to 4.6 seconds. They've taken another what was 2 seconds out of the 007 over that last lap, but they're just going to run out of laps, because we do have the number 77 is starting, well, is currently on their last lap, and they have a clear road ahead, no traffic. They've managed to clear them all, and providing nothing drastic happens, we can be potentially looking at the winner of this race.
So if you're number 77's Snell Train's teammate, what are you saying to him around this lap now? This being the last lap of the race, you're in the lead, and you've had those issues like they've had at the beginning. What are you saying to them on the mic? Or are you not saying anything? Are you staying silent, letting them focus up?
I think it would be a case of being quiet, only giving them the vital information. I would, if it was me personally, it would be a case of just saying, you have a 9.3 second gap, you don't need to push this lap, we can do this, it's just 1 more lap, we don't have to worry, you don't have to push, it doesn't matter what your lap time is, just nurse the car around the track and just get it home, brake earlier than you would normally brake, just go a little bit slower, just ensuring you don't make that mistake at the end.
Yeah, and just enjoy that lap, because
exactly.
I mean they've deserved this. Really happy, hopefully. I mean, going against, like, basically there's only really in my eyes maybe Blanchimont that they could make an issue that could cost them the lead, but I'm fingers crossed that they don't. But yeah, they've driven a blinder of a recovery race, and they've had great pace all the way through. Like, even looking now, they're lapping in similar times as the 106 of Solomon, so they had the pace to be there. If they hadn't have had that incident at the beginning, they'd have definitely been fighting from the very beginning for the lead. And the way it's panned out, if they'd have stayed clear, they'd have won by miles. But it turns out, as they cross the line now with an infectious, blooming amazing victory, as they spin across the line to celebrate, and rightly so. Awesome drive by the number 77 there, like the recovery, yeah. Perfect.
Absolutely fantastic drive for the number 77. Had their issues early on, but with a stunning drive, Sam Cell Train will take the win with that Pizza Delivery Boys number 77. Following them up in second place will be the 007 of Austin Carpenter, and then the 106 respectively of Salomon. P4, as we look on the track, it will be Timothy Flamger, providing nothing out of the ordinary happens. And let's just have a little word about their season so far. I mean, 3 out of 4 wins, that is pretty incredible still.
Yeah, that's mental. And to be honest, even if you talk to them, they're probably going to be so annoyed or so wound up or just disappointed in this race. They're going to hate what happened at Spa. They're going to be like, no, this was the worst race. It was fourth position. Like, I mean, in a series. And that was their worst position. That's mental. They've driven pretty much, barring this race, the other 3 absolutely faultlessly. They've been a class act to the field. They've been extremely difficult to catch, and even this one, they had their issue at the beginning, and they drove back up from the very back of the grid with severe damage to get back up to 4th. So yeah, rightful and deserved champions.
And you can see what that means to them. Doing donuts, Timothy Flamger and Simon Bauer finish to take a P4 in the final race of the season, but that will secure them the title of season 2 of the OOR Endurance Series in Europe. One absolutely spectacular series. We'd like to just thank everyone who's taken part in this series for everyone's hard work and everyone showing up each and every week to make these races possible. It wouldn't be possible without you guys, and to have a team so dominant as that 33 car, you know, it is a pleasure to see them race each week in and out, because we know how much of a fight they're going to put on and how quick those guys can be in that car. Again, it was nice to have a different winner today, and it fully deserved of that number 77. They drove an absolutely stellar race, considering we saw them get knocked off the track and into the wall. In that first lap, you know, the very first corner of the race, we see them in the wall and potentially with quite a bit of damage. They held their nerve. They ran an absolutely spectacular race after that, and it gave them a really, really well-deserved win at the end of this. We just watched the final car come across the line. It will be the 79 of Joe Hayes Jr., and this kid will round up the season. If that's not something to watch, the final car come across the line to finish the season out, we will say what an awesome season. I know we unfortunately weren't able to broadcast one of the races, but from everyone involved, it's just been an absolute pleasure.
Yep, amazing driving by everyone. I mean, I still can't get over that he's 13 years old, bringing it over the line there with that recovery drive then from Hayes Jr. So he's definitely going to be, all I can see from him is even more pace coming, and he's going to be phenomenal to actually try and beat. He's going to be one of the big challengers, I would say, in the next seasons to come as well. With the 7-1, I think it was, the Bentley crossing the line, taking, I think it was P6, net P6 or P5 potentially. No, P5 I think it was, because of the 22's issues. So getting a top 5 finish in the Pro-Am after closing down that gap to the number 63 in the last stint. So they really pushed. So really good drive from them as well. And across both the Pro-Am and amateur categories, people have been driving really hard, consistent with a lot of effort. And it's been great to see all season.
Absolutely. So the 77, the pizza delivery boys, Ferrari of Snelltrain and Spangler, will take the win with 75 laps run. P2 will go to Carpenter and Landry in the number 007 Q Brunt Racing Aston Martin. Third place, we saw an absolutely fantastic drive, and for quite a bit of the race, dominant performance from Solomon and Umbarja. Unfortunately dropping back due to that issue with a lap car, but they will finish the race strong, only 4 seconds behind the 007 Aston in P3. P4 will go to Flamger and Simon Bauer, our champions of this particular season. They will finish P4 about 51 seconds back. That was the gap from the top 3 who pretty much pulled away towards the end of that race. Fifth place, we will see the 721 Bentley, and they will be the winners of the Pro-Am race this evening. If I just grab, I'll actually get the standings up so you can see them on screen. Of Kogan and Hassa, they will take victory in the Pro-Am category here at Spa. Next we have Joe Hayes Jr. and Joe Hayes, father and son, taking P6. An absolute pleasure to watch them race today, and they will take P6 from this one. P7 we see the 63 Mamma Mia Racing Pro-Am Lamborghini of Wagner and Shelikans. They will pick up 7th position from this race. P8, we saw them try to run that 63 Lamborghini down, just not able to do it, losing it on the last couple of laps, but a really strong finish, as is considering where they started the race from. It's Catan and Adrian in the 182 McLaren. Next up is P9 of Maya, Andy and Wolfgang. We have seen them show some pretty extraordinary pace, especially I seem to remember at Donington. Unfortunately had a couple of issues there, but they have been right on it throughout these races. They will take P9 away from this. And rounding up the top 10, we have Lofts and Gardner in the 402 Pro-Am Porsche, so they will pick up P3 in class and P10 overall. That is your top 10 finishes, and you can have a little look down the rest of the list. So then, James, what an absolutely spectacular season, and I would say a really, really good race to finish it off. If you could maybe pick one highlight from the whole season, what would you say it was?
From the whole season, I don't know. Joking highlight, definitely has to be not having to see that Lamborghini again. Please, 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 Mamma Mia, don't come back with that Lamborghini again. But on serious racing, I don't know. I mean, I think maybe the Laguna Seca start, because that was quite a hectic race. There were a lot of incidents, a lot of people off. It's a very difficult track to do. And to be honest, the two Maniac teams kept each other honest, along with the I think it was the 911 Porsche as well, all the way to the end. And yeah, it was just the Maniacs 2 that held out. So just the consistency under pressure from the Laguna Seca race, I think that was extremely demanding on them. And to start the season like that, I think that set them going as they're meant to carry on, obviously, and win the championship. So yeah, I'd say the drive from the 33 in Laguna Seca is definitely my standout for the season.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, and we will conclude the season, as we said, with an absolutely fantastic and thrilling final race here at Spa. Such a difficult track to get right, and we just knew that coming from the start. I mean, we didn't have rain today, and there was a potential for that with this being Spa and this being the Ardennes Forest, but nevertheless they gave us an absolute show on the track. We'd just like to extend our thanks to all of the drivers and everyone involved who makes this possible. I'd like to extend my personal thanks to the stewards and to everyone in the OOR community who is able to set these things up for us. Obviously, it's mine and James's first go and delve into this, so I hope you guys have enjoyed our commentary over the season, and it's definitely something that we would be looking into getting into in the future for many more races. So yeah, it's just been an absolute pleasure to commentate alongside you, James, and is there anything you would like to say as your final words for the season?
And same for yourself. It's been a pleasure to commentate along. Obviously, probably a few of you in the OOR community know as well that me and Reese race a lot together and are good friends together. So to carry this through into the commentary, I've loved every minute, although I have had some technical issues, rather frustratingly, so hopefully I can sort those out for before next time I get back in the booth. But yeah, it's been a delight and a pleasure to be able to commentate on this race, all these races that we've had, and again, same as you, basically the stewards that keep this going, and all the people turning up and driving and putting in all the efforts to practice all those laps. And yeah, it's no mean feat, and you need to dedicate a good bit of time to be competitive. So yeah, hats off to all the teams and all the drivers and all the stewards and the likes of Mull and Cameron and everyone in the OOR who've been pulling in extra shifts and everything to try and boost the European and get the European circuit on a go.
Yeah, really, really well said there, James. So to round it off, we would just say to anyone, if you are looking at joining the community and getting yourself involved, we would say it's always the best opportunity to sign up. Have a look out for the next series. I'm sure there will be the next series of this Endurance Championship. You can also look at the Rookie Series. If you just join the OOR Discord, there will be a lot of series we do have on. We do have the Rookie Series, which is, it doesn't matter what your level of pace is, it doesn't matter what your experience is, you can just jump into a lobby and drive with other rookies, with other guys who are still getting into sim racing. It may be your first delve into sim racing. We have people from all walks of life, and that's what we bring together as a community. We have people from around the world who will be more than happy to give you tips and advice and help you build a strong platform if it's something that you wanted to get into. So definitely have a look if you're looking at it. We do have our sprint series as well. Registrations for the next series will be open, I can imagine, within the next couple of weeks, so definitely have a look out for that. But yeah, also keep posted on the OOR YouTube. This is where we host all our races, so make sure that you do like and subscribe, and we will definitely see you in the next one. So this has been it from me and James. We'd just like to once again thank everyone involved, and we will see you next time on the track.